history of the world. And above all else, humble.
Well, I don't know. Brennan Lee Mulligan exists, and he fits both of those boxes.
I think that you get your humility from your League of Legends experience.
Like if you were talking about that as one encompassing category with both assets.
I am inferior to Brennan Lee Mulligan.
We are now
I mean,
live.
we all are. We all are. But he's such a great guy, he would never say that.
Hello, fans. We are now going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons.
When is Brennan Lee Mulligan going to guest star in Bustan?
Oh no, ask him on Twitter.
You want to come play a game?
He probably might. Like, that seems like something he would do.
You should invite Baba to a game.
Sam Wright Regal invited AOC to play crit role with them. This was pre-campaign. Pre-pandemic.
Like we're all here, so I'll be starting the recap in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just kidding. Before I begin, there is something that I do need to address here, which is fairly important, which is that we will be handling this as a skill challenge. So during the recap, please take some time to think about what it is that you will be doing in the skill challenge. For those of you that have not done a skill challenge, or who are new to this and have not experienced this type of gameplay, a skill challenge is one where a player is using certain skills that they have in sort of an undetermined improvisational fashion to create a problem and then solve that problem with the skill. So, for example, in this case where there are bombs that need to be defused, one of the ways you could use your skills would be to get around to the bombs. Of course, defusing the bombs is of itself a skill.
Ooh.
So just keep that in mind while the recap is playing, and the recap will play in earnest in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hey.
The Rising versus Furor, Aspect of Rage.
But I also want to draw my knife. Then I will use the knife on Irene with my attack and extra attack.
Oh my goodness! Okay.
No, please don't kill
Roll
my
the hit with advantage.
Okay, I'm gonna take out the mundane spellblade I got from the school and drink it.
Okay, so I can see this room. Do I recognize a strange person? Hail, traveler. Are you brought here by the same forces as we?
Oh, I am not a traveler, though I could understand how you would come to that misconception. Hello, Calcivir Makikta.
So, it seems that you are familiar with many things, of which I share only a few.
You cannot see anything right now, Isaac, but you can hear everything that's happening.
Yeah, I was just about to PF you about that.
So you're listening to the conversation. You just see blue.
Clenches their fists, pauses for a moment, and then hangs on the table, and then stands up and says, "Yes! I, the most honorable Calcivir Makikta of House Adristar, shall take this blessing and this curse from the world of Shadepool of the Azure. I shall control the aspect of it." They reach their hand out to you, and their hand gets covered in this blue energy. Your hand is covered in red and black energy. The testament, then, of Fortress.
We'll see you again, right? We'll see you every time we come here to kill another aspect, and then when you're done with it, we can go and be friends somewhere else, maybe.
I'll follow you into the material plane if you wish.
Oh, good. I stab her when she isn't looking, so I get the surprise crit.
Doing so changes the door. Instead of being to the Azure room, it's now leading out to the original hallway that you found this place in.
Oh, we need to go to the stone wall. Can you...
The alleyway?
The original alleyway, that's correct.
Okay.
We need to go to the stone wall like it did the first time. Oh, crap.
And now we are live, everyone.
Hooray! Cal's still deafens.
Cal is still deaf.
Sucks to be Cal.
And Craig is not here.
Hello, welcome back, Cal.
Wow,
I have
only
an
took me
idea
2
what to do.
times this time. Everyone, Craig is our cameraman.
Yeah, well, more like the mic holder, I guess.
Like
Yeah.
you do.
So
Does that mean if we go the wrong way, he'll pick us up and turn us around?
we are right here on the map. There are a total of, it looks like 8 bombs. Oh, 10 actually. I was not scrolling down enough. Good job looking at these bombs and numbering. Bad job me for looking at the bombs and failing to count.
Yeah, I just
So?
numbered them.
What would you like to do?
I can probably
Should we
start...
go like an initiative order, or are we just gonna like randomly call out who's gonna do what?
We're going to do this in a turn-based sort of loose system. I don't think using any sort of initiative system really benefits this scene.
Well,
So,
just ensure that
just-
everyone did equal amount of things.
Yeah. Everyone does a turn, and then that's a round, and then we'll see what happens as a result of that. Does that make sense? That's sort of how we're going to handle the skill check.
Here.
I have my urchin, which means I can move twice as fast in cities, so I'm gonna run to the stone wall through the Fey portal. Because the Drake network is gonna take too long to get to the stone wall, and I want to engage Sovereign and Saga.
Okay. So you move twice as fast, which is regular speed. So you are unhampered by the city sprawl. You're going to use this to half the time here.
Yeah, and then hopefully like athletics to like run good.
Okay, that makes sense here. Go ahead and give me an athletics check then.
Okay, 1d20 plus 7. 17.
17. Overall, I think this is fine to succeed at what you're doing here. This does not contribute meaningfully to stopping the bombs in and of itself, but I'll go ahead and put you, including this beard that you've apparently now grown in the week,
Okay.
over here. I'm just going to shrink you down to make you not absolutely huge. So you are able to get to the stone wall, and that is your turn.
Right.
Who would like to go?
How long are these turns? It's obviously not 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's not 6 seconds here. I'm just kind of leaving this kind of arbitrary here. 7 seconds. Just generally something that you can do in about like half an hour to an hour-ish.
Okay. About what time is it?
About what time? That's a good
Yeah.
question. Time doesn't exactly work the same way in Shade Pool and the Material Plane, so it could be anything. I'd say it is, the sun is starting to go down. It's sunset,
Okay.
I'd say around 6:30 or so.
All right.
Oh no, I've given you the keen mind feat for free.
Well,
No.
sun like coming up high in the sky or going down is really what I was looking for.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you. I
think that we may want to strategize about if we can't prevent all of the bombs, what we need to do to prevent some of the bombs, which ones are most important. It occurs to me that one of the main thoroughfares is this 567 route, where you can't go through the middle of the city anymore if number 6 goes out.
I agree.
Do we know who operates the network as an entity?
It is handled primarily by, as you could probably imagine, the Copper Quill, but in general it's handled by the city. The administrative work is just delegated to the Copper Quill.
And Happy, can you get to the Copper Quill through the Feather Step? It's up here in the Ivory District, and there's a Feather Step right by it.
What would you like me to tell them?
Tell them to shut the network down. Other than for the rising from the stone wall, in case we need to use them to get somewhere.
And then once you've done that, you can go to maybe 1.
Yes. Yeah.
Do that?
But
Alright, yeah. Alright, yeah.
Unless you have
do
better
that.
ideas. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope that they have some kind of sending broadcast system that they can get to their stations and say, there's a terrorist attack, shut them down.
I'd say it's reasonable enough that during the prep time you would be informed of where the maps are or where the bombs are on the map, as Isaac did have that information.
Yeah,
I'm just saving everyone. You're just gonna let some civilians get bombed because they're less important civilians. Just because they live in a poor area.
Quill happy.
I would just like to posit an important fact that isn't being considered here, which is that the primary issue is not that, these tunnels are not in repair. The primary issue is that there's an explosion underneath these tunnels, which will then collapse the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's gonna destroy the buildings above it too.
Yeah, you are causing an explosion underneath the foundation of these areas.
Alright, so scrap 1, 7, and 5 as important.
Other end of the sprawl
Get you
can be
on.
done via boats along the coast. It's not the biggest of a deal. But it is under a densely packed population, so a lot more people will die.
Depending on how the supports are constructed for those water areas, it could cause some amount of damage off the coast. 4 comes to mind as being like right there next to a coast. Not quite the same as being underneath the building, but not just cross off entirely because 4 doesn't matter.
Yeah, 4 is like a kind of convenience.
Hey, they all matter because there's civilians on them.
Yeah, Happy.
Aren't you cops?
Happy, I think
No,
that
we're
would be
not
your
cops.
best move, would be to... Because I think you're the only one of us that can use the feather step. The only one that's remaining where we are.
Alright.
Yeah, feather step, get to the copper quill. Have them tell them what's going on. I don't know, maybe they can offer help as well. Because they're probably interested in not having these explosions go up, because they're going to get in trouble, probably.
Yeah, okay. What kind of, is that a check then, Pog, to do that?
I would believe that sounds like athletics, just to move quickly through the city here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't have the same movement as Isaac / miscellaneous, though, so this will take you a bit longer to do.
Still a
Okay.
rogue, so...
Yeah,
pretty quick.
you're still going to get there faster than anyone else can. I would say you are able to get to the Feather Step portal, but you are not able to make it all the way to the Ivory this turn. So that's where you are happy.
Okay.
So I
Wow.
think,
Go ahead, Cal.
so I think that Cal has the most association with the Bronze Gauntlet, if memory serves. So perhaps they should set off toward the Bronze Gauntlet.
All right. So you are also going to be making athletics here to move quickly through the city.
Athletics. Does this button work? This button.
It does.
Well, it functioned. I don't know if it passed.
This would not be a pass, so we have a complication here. 1 second. All right. So you are on your way there when you are intercepted by some members of the Ambrose family. They recognize who you are, and they do not like you, and they've heard some of the stuff that you've done to their allies. How do you proceed?
Might be going that way.
I've realized that I should have said I'm
so
using Path Without Trace, but
I might
this
be
point-
with Cal. Because I'm considering going to Irene's office. So, which is on the way.
Okay, so you'd be there as well?
God, what would I find there?
You don't know, it's a gamble, but of anywhere to have something to help, it would be there.
Do you have Irene with you?
Yeah, sure. I would have brought up that I'm going to Irene's office, and so Irene... Well, which Irenes do we have? There are multiple now.
Yeah, there's the fox who is not Irene, and then there's Irene who is Irene.
I can take the fox with me because they're not going to be useful. They're
Okay.
just a friend.
Well, doesn't the fox have Irene's memories?
Irene's
and
hopes.
also lets us door.
Hope?
Also a fox.
You can also like
Knowledge?
teleport around the city, potentially.
What about Irene's knowledge?
Not really, no.
Okay. I'd take them both. Because if I could find something... If I could get Fox Rena... Like, if she can teleport around the city, you know, she can give some messages if I find something important there.
Isaac has the key, however.
The key? What key?
The train.
The train.
How many members of the Ambrose family have spotted me that I'm aware of?
At this
I have
moment, there would be, let's see.
I have -1 perception, so I don't know if I catch everyone.
You see that there are 2 of them.
Well, I can just unlock it. I'm good at picking stuff.
Whack
I can
him over
break
the
it
head.
down. I've
You
got a big
don't-
ass hammer.
Do you have a train set in your thieves' tools?
What? Okay, what do you mean by that?
The
What does
key
that
is
mean?
a train set that transforms into a knife that is used to cut into Foxreen to open up a gateway.
Oh, I've got a power core. I can just use that.
You can try.
Okay, I think we're talking about different things.
It was
Are we
in the
surrounded?
recap.
I was not meaning about like us going there. Can't she travel through it on her own?
Unless
No,
someone opens the door.
you cannot. But that's Cal. To answer your question, they were on the way and they see you. It's very much like Yakuza. You walk in the street and there's some goons.
Yeah. Are we surrounded by a crowd? Are we relatively far away? And are they immediately aggressive? Like, are they walking toward us intimidatingly?
Yeah, I'm with Cal. I'm with Cal
Okay.
saying that.
You're with Cal and Irene.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, they are somewhat aggressive, but they're not like openly fighting. There is a fair modicum of people in the surrounding area. Not enough that it would be like a crowd considered, but just sort of standard. You're walking down the street, there's 4 or 6 people that you can see.
And I try intimidation, saying, "Listen, we don't have time for you. If you don't want this fucking city to blow up, you better get the hell out of our way." And I'm gonna stand up to my full height, hold my hammer.
Absolutely can.
All right.
Is there an aid another with intimidation?
Yeah, aid me. You're badass. You're scary.
You can.
Do your own intimidation. Yeah. We're both
Has
bad.
failed. You do not provide advantage here.
Ah,
You also fail.
I'm gonna use. No, I'm not
all right.
using inspiration. I want to use inspiration for a bomb.
Yeah. I want to use Pass Without Trace and go into a side alley, which delays us in getting to the Bronze Gauntlet, but I think should help us evade and avoid further trouble.
I think that usage of the spell is enough to solve this complication. And what that just means is that that's both of your turns is just getting away from them. So you don't get
Alright.
there yet, but you also avoid any danger. You duck into an alley and literally without a trace, they kind of look to see you and you're gone. You're hiding behind like one of the alleys and you look away. Just out of the corner of your eyes, you can see that they're running past you. Vonari, where do you go?
I would like to try and gauge, like, if there are like store owners or any people that look like they're actually responsible and will actually act, and try to get them to spread the word to not get on the Drake networks that there are bombs placed on them.
So there is a Drake network very nearby, so you're just trying to get people to not go to the station.
And
Go
spread
ahead
the
and-
word that.
Go ahead and make an investigation check for me here.
Okay.
Right.
Oh my goodness. All right. I think you find someone there who is operating a pineapple bread stall who is fairly well respected for providing low cost but high quality food for everyone here. And this person, you know, is respected by the community as they're considered like a community leader.
I'm trying to convince them to help spread the word as quickly as possible to as many people as possible that Drake networks are not currently safe, and that there are explosives placed on the lines. And that if they can get the information to as many people as possible, but also anyone that can actually help defuse bombs.
Are you operating as an authority figure, or are you just trying to convince them? It's the difference between intimidate and persuasion here.
I'll pull out my badge as well, just to show
So
that
that
I
would
do
be
have some authority
intimidation?
for saying this. I don't
Go ahead and
think
give
that's... Is that intimidation?
It sounds like persuasion. You're trying to use your appeal.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not just a random person. I'm from the Church of Alex. I'm from the Stonewall. I have a reason for asking.
You're not telling them, like, you've got to do this now. I'm Stonewall. You're saying, please do this. Is that... Yeah, then that is
I'm begging
persuasion.
you, for otherwise people will die and there'll be irreparable damage.
Safe. Go ahead and roll.
Okay. I mean, it's the same roll either way, but I mean, thematically.
I can see how it'd be persuasion because you're
Oh,
acting
that's a wrong
outside
roll,
of-
so that's actually
Nice.
that's an 11.
That's an 11.
Yeah. This is minus
Okay.
1,
Perception.
not... Let's
Okay.
roll I can show you. They don't,
Hey,
let's start
that's
with P, so that's why...
Because you do have the badge here that is going to lower the DC, I think you are able to stop anyone from going to this Drake. So this Drake that was going to be heading up is no longer going, and the person in charge is just confused why no one is going on. Guys, don't listen to the pineapple bread man. It's perfectly safe. We've got a quota, guys. And
There's a bomb on that
the
line right
vendor's like
there.
stepping out. There's a bomb? Says
Yes.
who? Drake Networker is completely safe. Pineapple Bread guy is like going to bat for you, and he's like telling everyone, I've got no reason to disbelieve this cleric. They're a member of the Stonewall. Great success. Welcome to round 2, everyone. You may do as you see fit. Happy, depending on how well you roll, you might be able to get over to them. Oh, why are you over here? Why are you here?
Oh, do you want to put me on the map too?
I think
Oh,
for
whoa, whoa, whoa.
metagaming reasons, it might be best to do Isaac's last this round so that we don't hear what happens at the Stonewall.
That's fine.
That's a good idea.
Wait, what?
Okay, who wants to go first then?
I can make my way down to Irene's office.
You make your way down to Irene's office here. What are you looking to do at Irene's office?
Look for anything. Notes, schematics.
Give me an investigation check here. And I'm going to give you advantage because you have Irene assisting you.
22 and 12, so 22.
22. Here you are able to find a schematic that looks really bizarre until you kind of think about it in an abstract sense, and then you realize that what it's asking for, these chemical compounds, are placeholders. And Irene confirms this with you here. What they're trying to do is they're trying to mix what looks to be what you think is the crimson and the azure, and that's the explosive.
Oh, jeez. Didn't have time to run my tests on those.
As you're
I
saying.
don't know if Venari would be able to defuse those.
So that this will give you and anyone that you are able to give this information to advantage on defusing the bombs.
Where can I get to? I can get to a Drake network and get 9 and 10. Hard to go. Is there like a map here showing these locations? Something more official rather than just me knowing it?
Yeah, I think there would be a map here, but
Okay.
rather than being like explosives, they're just marked with checks.
I'll take the schematics for the bomb and the map. Hopefully use those as persuasive tools.
Okay.
What am I gonna do with Irene? I think that's my turn, so I can think
it's
about
your
this while everyone else is going.
Calsevere.
Wielder, are you and I meeting up afterward, or did we decide that you're going to go to one bomb and I to another, or something like that?
We could say we will meet up at the Bronze Gauntlet. If you want to wait there, I can run by to you and pass this info to you.
Okay.
And then I can also leave
shall-
Irene at the Bronze Gauntlet, which solves my problem.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. So I've arrived at the property of the Bronze Gauntlet. I vaguely recall that the people at the front door like to do dumb hijinks, and I don't have time for dumb hijinks. So I think that I want to evaluate like the walls to the building and my ability to throw a grappling hook. Would I be able to scale the walls while maintaining my pass without trace so that I can just go into an important person's room and be like, I have important news for you immediately, please help?
You probably could here, yes. This definitely is athletics. The way I've described the Bronze Gauntlet before is just that it's very architecturally random. It's just they put stuff wherever. So there's probably a lot of things you can grapple onto.
Okay.
There is an overhang that you grapple onto and swing across onto a different balcony. Why there's an overhang and a balcony is a disgusting thing. It's just disreputable to the entire art of really anything to do with architecture. It shouldn't even be called architecture. This is just random rooms. You are now...
Think about this and compare it to my homeland. I just have a newfound disgust for Slaypool that they even allow this place to exist.
You're now on the 3rd floor, and you are able to get to someone fairly high ranked here. You're able to find a bishop.
Sir.
Yeah, speaking.
I am the most honorable Calcivir Makikta of House Adristar and the Guild of Stonewall. I request your aid immediately.
I heard of you. You're the one that Wemley likes.
Indeed, it's the case. We had an excellent evening, and we've been having lovely times since. Now, speaking of lovely times, there may be terrible times for all of Slaypool if you don't listen to me. There are bombs set for the Drake Network.
What?
The Drake Network is going to collapse due to explosives placed by the creature.
He just starts scratching his head. Go ahead. I'm going to give you sort of a strange roll request here. But how are you able to convince this guy of the threat?
Oh, wait. How am I going to convince them?
Yeah, exactly. Because this guy clearly is not really understanding the threat immediately.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And in reality, I think that I have a minute because I'm actually just supposed to be waiting for Wielder's return. So at first, I want to be like rushed and trying to say like, look, this is super urgent. We need to do this right now. And then I'm going to slow down and say like, okay, you know, siege weapons where you throw like big rocks and they knock down walls?
Yeah, there's on the Cyclops.
So do you understand what an explosive is? Like it's related to a gun? Okay, so imagine if you have a really big gun, and instead of a bullet, it just shakes the ground or the wall. You just blow up. Instead of blowing up a bullet, you blow up a wall. Those tunnels that the Drake Network are made out of. Anyway, I explained to them that there's destruction.
Do you have proficiency in magic technology?
No.
Okay, go ahead and just roll straight charisma then.
Great charisma.
Guy doesn't exactly fully understand the severity of this threat here. I will say that he's willing to help you out with this, but you're going to have a mixed result here. of just not having great coverage. All right, so Calcivir with a partial success. Calcivir, you gain the use of 4 pawns that you can kind of boss around, even though you're technically the same rank as them.
That will probably be useful to me. Do they have any particular skills, or is this just like we're playing Kingmaker and they're classified as pawns?
Yeah, these guys are just very low level, like level 1 mooks that you can use. They don't have any particular bomb defusing skills or anything, but you now have them at your disposal.
Okay.
Who would like to go next?
Happy or Isaac, right?
Or
Did
you?
Minari already go?
Minari isn't
Oh
gone.
yeah, I could. Yeah.
I forgot to move you on the map here,
I've
but
been
you
told
are.
not to go until the ends.
You can travel to any adjacent Drake, and if you go like up or to the left, you can go again, basically, because those are so close.
This is really fucking hard to decide. I need to see what the bombs look like, so I'm gonna go travel on towards 7.
Okay, go ahead and give me just a raw d20 luck check, and on a 1 or 2, something terrible is going to happen.
Okay.
On an 8 to 10, something relatively bad is going to happen, and 10 plus is fine.
Oh god.
Ooh, let's see this one. Yes. Ah.
Okay. This place has been abandoned. As you're going by, you are requesting a drop-top caravan for... this is where the fancy people go. The pineapple bread guy is ensuring that no one else is on this Drake except you, so you just get your free pick of the caravan. And looking up, you can see that there is like a very large sort of glowing glass container. One side is bright blue, the other is bright red.
Wait, it's on the Drake itself, not the tunnel?
It's on the top of the tunnel. Like it's a very large thing. It's been adhered to the roof somehow, and you are approaching this.
Is there any way to make the Drake stop, or do I just have to hop off?
You can make the Drake stop. The guy who's in charge of controlling the Drake is listening to you exclusively here.
Alright, I want to investigate this bomb.
Okay.
Either how it's attached or how it gets triggered. Deal.
How it's attached would be investigation. How it gets triggered is magic technology.
Well, let's do the investigation. That's not great. Do I want to... No, I'm not gonna inspire.
Okay. As you are investigating this and you're trying to see how it's attached, what are you doing to investigate?
Looking around the edges of it. So, like, it's on the ceiling, so I'm probably on top of the, like, caravan, I assume.
Okay.
And trying to look around the edges of it if there's, like, an adhesive glue, or if it's maybe attached by magic of some kind. Or if it's, like, drilled in.
So it looks like they've cut out like a notch in the roof, as this thing is quite large.
Oh, they managed to cut through the roof?
Yeah. So there's like a notch that's been made into the ceiling to partially support it, but then it kind of bulbs out from there. It looks like it's secured from inside the notch. You kind of look through the glass a little bit, look through like what appears to be glowing blue sand and glowing red sand on each side. And if you look just kind of around through this glowing stuff, I'll draw it out in the meantime as I'm describing the scene. But as you're kind of looking around, you see that there is an area in the notch where they have basically put screws in to kind of lodge it in place. It doesn't look like the most secure job,
Interesting.
but
Okay.
it gets the job done.
How heavy does this thing look to be?
About 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Do we ever find out what Venari's powers do?
I would have to short rest to get that anyways, but...
Did we short rest? Have you used it since then?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Apparently,
you used it to get spell
I've marked it off
slots
as
back.
check. I think I used it to get a spell back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's the two different types of light or something. It's not like fire though, is it?
Yeah, it's sort of like almost a radiated looking sand. So here I've kind of drawn out the contraption. You see how there's one thing that's holding it in place? And then it looks like there are nails like this to secure that this is in place.
Okay. And it looks like they're gonna combine in the middle some eventually.
Eventually, though you don't know how this works.
Let's look at thaumaturgy to see if it could do anything of use. But I also don't want to accidentally set it off and just fucking die. And it's too heavy for mage hand, I think. Yes. Can we do 10 pounds?
Yeah, the payload looks massive. Like, each of these bulbs that are connected is like the size of your torso.
Well, I'm gonna cast guidance on myself first.
Okay.
For all that good old dimmy, and I'm going to. Can I try to? How far above my head is it? Am I able to touch it?
How far? Yeah, you are able to touch it. Like, they clearly use the same method that you're using now to get up there and put it there.
Okay, I'm going to use Mage Hand to try and unscrew the screws while I hold it up.
Okay, that is very cool,
Because the
actually.
Mage Hand can do it while I use two hands to hold it, and I can use it as a bonus action.
Here's what I'll say. Go ahead and, using Wisdom as the attribute, give me a sleight of hand check.
Okay, I will just be straight wisdom. Not bad.
One day I'll be able to do that.
You are holding this up here. 20 pounds is enough that you can hold it even with your meager strength, correct?
Oh yeah, no problem.
No problem. All right, got it. You have a really dangerous looking glowing sand contraption.
All right, I'm going to try to. Fuck, what am I gonna do with it? Probably throw it in the ocean if I can. Well, not throw it, but gently.
I'd like to take the Drake network and then drop it into the ocean.
How smooth is the Drake network?
Not very. It's just sort of a rocky tunnel that a beast is running up and down.
Probably smoother for me just to walk it. Not that far. Go back.
So that will be your turn then.
Yeah.
Okay? You disarm Bomb 7.
Hey!
That was scary.
Nice.
Okay, that's Vonari.
All right.
Happy?
I guess I'll, yeah. Athletics again.
Yeah, this will just be, if you get above a 20, then you can do that and whatever. Like, no problem. No problem. Okay. So what were you trying to do last turn once you got there? Once you get to the Copper Quill?
I guess try to get in touch with anyone in charge.
You get there and you find a really pompous looking bastard. This person has the rank of a bishop plus. However, they don't look very strong or in any way reliable. They just look like a pompous bastard. Hello.
Yes, there's an emergency on the Drake networks. Is there any way you could halt them temporarily?
They hold the Drake network.
Yes, I am coming to you on behalf of Sovereign. This is important business. There are bombs, but I don't know, do we know what bombs? Yeah, I guess, yeah, there are bombs on the Drake network.
Okay. And Sovereign thought that he could send some random kid to tell me this. I don't believe it, not for a second.
You take that, Happy?
Prank? Are you attempting a prank on me?
I'm gonna have my badge. I'm gonna point to it because I'm gonna be wearing my Stonewall uniform. Point to the badge and say, I'm speaking from a place of authority. If you do not listen to me, then after the fact, when lives are dead, your head will be held accountable."
I'm going to do this in 2 steps. The first step is give me a raw luck check, just 10 above 11 or whatever. He knows who you specifically are.
Nice.
Alright, go ahead and roll an intimidation with advantage.
Ooh, feels good, man. Ooh.
Not bad.
Very good. This guy has read about you in the paper as someone who's taken down Crazy Daniels, someone hand-selected by Sovereign. There is a little bit of buzz about you, which is making him low-key kind of salty. As a bishop who doesn't do anything, here's a pawn that's accomplished more than he's done in his entire life. This guy sees this and realizes that you're not playing around. Well, I suppose I could consider it, but you've got to consider the Drake Network makes in 1,000 platinum every week. If you're asking us to turn it down, will we receive appropriate financial composition?
You will, because if you don't turn it down, you will lose lines on the Drake Network and lives, and presumably more money than otherwise.
Very well. I shall take you to our chambers for the Drake operation room. Oof. And he turns around. You see like this snooty elven guy with blue hair. It looks like he looks almost like the Hand of Umbra, but the Hand of Umbra is far cooler than this guy. He takes you up these stairs. They're mahogany and gilded. Everything here is so gaudy. There's like these giant chandeliers with diamonds on them. And he takes you to this room where you can see that there are like hundreds of crystals in sort of a circular matrix, and each of these crystals is scrying on various drakes to operate them. In the center, there is a pool of water, and this pool of water is connected by various tubes to other pools of water beneath. And you can see that there is a wizard operating it. Jenkins, we are supposed to shut down the Drake Network. I know this seems absurd, but apparently Sovereign's insisted on it. Yes, if anything goes wrong... No, I understand. Sorry, my friend. Jenkins communicates only telepathically. He thinks words are for poor people. Jenkins, shut the network down, or Sovereign will get mad at us and there will be explosions. The Drake Network, everywhere, is shut down. You will need a badge to get in anywhere. Thankfully, Isaac, you have a badge now. Otherwise, this would have been disastrous.
Feels good, man.
And on that note, Isaac?
Yeah. Can I talk to Sovereign and then like rush out and do a thing? Or is that going to consume my whole turn to talk to Saga and Sovereign?
No, I can rush out and do a thing.
Yeah, I'll barge in and be like, I'll shift to the miscellaneous real fast and be like, yeah, I need to speak with Sovereign Saga very urgently. Do you know where they're at?
At this point, you are basically like best friends with Damien, who just kind of like nods, leads you upstairs immediately. They are in Saga's room.
I knew I could trust you, Damien. Thank you. I'll barge into the room without knocking.
Y'all don't really like knocking on doors, huh? You see, Saw is he's got like his armor off and he's having his wounds attended to by Saga.
Are you still good? Because there's oh my god, I forgot what my accent is. Are you still good? Because there's 10 bombs in the Drake network. If we want to save a lot of lives today, we're gonna have to go and disarm all of those. I'll pull out the map.
I done told you 1,000 times I can live with these injuries. Let's go. Let's fucking go. He like reaches out his hand and it's like Mjolnir, like his transforming weapon runs into his hands. He like clicks something and then suddenly he's in a suit of transforming armor.
Hell yeah.
Saga just sighs, takes out his sword and
I don't know everyone else's plans. I'm heading to 3. Saga, do you want to head to a bomb or do you want to mobilize a stone wall? I don't know where everyone else is going.
Stone wall is like 10 people.
Yeah, that's 10 bombs. Alright, I'm heading to bomb 3. I'll leave the map with you, I've memorized the locations. I feel like I can do this in the turn because it's so much shorter. I'm gonna go to the thing and then over here, right to bomb 3.
You can't do that because bomb 3 is in the tunnel and you would be off the tunnel. What you can do is you can head there and then go up here.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to head here and look for like ventilation or anything because the tunnel can't be just ventilation on either side because gases would collect. So there has to be ways between the surface and the tunnel, even if they're like not obvious or even not intended.
Interesting.
Actually, a series of control air traps.
That is an interesting idea. Go ahead and what we'll do here is we'll do this as an investigation, but this is sort of like a historical knowledge here.
So roll investigation?
Yes. Here's what this is. Do you know a way to get into the Drake network from above here? That's what this roll is. As an assassin, it would make sense that you might know this type of thing. So this roll 15 exactly on the dot is the DC. You are able to find basically a path through the sewers that can get you there.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead and give me a D12 to see if you are able to get there without any sort of major incident.
Is 3 good? It's the second prime number, the first odd prime number.
In this case, it's not terrible, but it's not great either. You are on your way there, and you slip and fall into what appears to be like some sort of poisonous liquid here. There is a slime inside the liquid bath. What do you do?
Ooh. It seems water-based liquid, not oil-based.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have like a grappling hook or anything. I have to like scramble out and just, I guess maybe shoot it. Because I probably can't scramble faster than in the water.
Okay, go ahead and roll to shoot then.
Okay. 9.
9 hits. This is very slow moving. Has AC 8. Go ahead and roll damage, see if you take this out in one hit.
So anyway I can get advantage, probably not. 14.
14 is enough to kill this low-level slime before it can even retaliate. Great job. You are now stuck in a pit, so it will take a little while to get out of here. That is this random encounter.
Okay.
This goes to the top of the round now here. There's an explosion.
Where?
Oh no. Wait, 5? That's not too bad.
That
bad
is
because a whole bunch of people
bad.
just...
Well, no, because nobody's on the trade network right now. I was already considering not going to that one.
The underwater people might be really upset with us, the royalty.
Well,
Did he
Well,
also
people got
destroy?
taken out.
It destroyed this line as well.
There's collateral damage here.
what? Oh my god.
That
These things are
sucks.
huge. What the fuck?
That's not good.
How loud is that explosion?
It is not particularly loud. What is noticeable, however, is the sizable response in the water from doing this.
Can whoever gave me my beard put the beard back on me, please? I can't move it.
And whoever gave me the red eyes, delete them. I've said before, I really don't like my character portrait being drawn on. I don't like that respected, please.
Wait, where'd my beard? Someone deleted my beard. Oh no, this is the worst. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you.
You could try your own beard.
I couldn't do
Just
one that
back.
says good.
But anyways, huge explosion that goes off. Top of the round, Vonari, you are definitely able to feel this. Just like the shock wave from this explosion, and it splashes on throughout Sordis. Here's what I will say: it doesn't completely destroy this other tunnel; it just partially floods it. So this is repairable.
Okay.
This could be repaired at some point in the future.
Damn, I wanted to take that path. We could get up to 4. I guess Venari can do that.
We're going to 6 first. So I guess, yeah, I can take my turn and I'm gonna go to 6. And again, look for the bomb.
Okay, that's your turn.
What I'm trying to do, yeah.
Vonari, go ahead and give me a raw luck check. This one, if you get above a 15, then nothing terrible will happen.
Oh.
And instead, only a bad thing will happen.
Oh boy, okay.
Take my inspiration. Or
Are you sure?
is it like tiers of bad things?
There's 2 tiers. So if you get anything below a 15, it's terrible. If you get a 15 or higher, it's bad.
All right, no inspiration on this one then.
To be clear, it's close, so I would just walk along it because I don't want to set it off.
Just walk along. Okay, so you're not in the actual Drake network
Well,
itself?
if I walk through the tunnels myself, not ride a Drake. I'm not gonna put the fucking driver in a death situation. And the thing
Thanks.
you said was really rocky.
It was, yes,
Yeah.
because there was a huge explosion nearby.
Yeah, I'd prefer
Okay.
to walk if possible, or run.
Let me check this here. Oh, joy. This is the most fun one.
Oh,
The
no.
most fun one of all. On your way back, Vonari, you encounter Thim.
Get on.
Thim, alongside what appears to be 4 of these modified soldiers of the Harmony Patrol, are walking out of this. You see Thim is partially covered in soot, and 2 of them are missing limbs.
How far away are they?
They're just off in the distance. Because of your passive perception, you notice them before they notice you.
Oh boy, is there anywhere to hide?
It's a straight tunnel.
Okay, let's see. What can I do? What do I have? There's a couple ideas, actually. Oh boy. Let me see. What's the range on this? Not very.
They are about like 100-ish feet away from you.
Yeah.
This area is dimly lit, but it is lit. It's not pitch dark.
So the obvious option is to run away. The riskier options are to try and Well, I could thaumaturgy to create harmless tremors, and then they might think things are being set off ahead of time and panic. Or I could try to make my voice boom and scare them with something. I don't know what could possibly scare them. Or try to hide in the dim light, but chances are slim, unless they're like super distracted. Or is there anything else I can do? I'm not gonna fight them, obviously. I guess they might just let me pass. They might just think I'm stupid and run to my death.
Point of order. This is your relative position.
Yeah.
You're right by where the bomb is.
Is the bomb closer to me than there?
Yeah, not exactly. They're
Between
closer to the bomb than you are.
But they're not gonna believe me if I threaten that if they attack me, that I'll blow up the bomb with them nearby. I feel like if you do anything, we all go down together. They might actually be willing to do that too, so that would be a terrible, terrible bluff. But they might also. Well, wait, they're walking away from the bomb?
They're walking away from the explosion that they just set off. The only way out is through this tunnel.
If I ran away and then followed them, I wouldn't be able to do anything anyways. This is like a life or death fucking choice I have to make. And there's no one here to give me advice. Look. Okay. Can I try and see if they look like... do they look like they're in a hurry? Or do they look concerned or just content? Can I tell?
Go ahead and give me an insight check. What the hell?
Pretty good roll.
So, from watching here, the entourage of Fims is largely emotionless to the point where you get the sense that they are constructs being controlled. Their disposition is irrelevant.
But Fim himself is the same?
Fim is well, he would argue with you on this, and it would make Wielder quite upset. Nonetheless, he does seem to have more control of his faculty. Fim looks tired.
Wait.
Him, Avatar of Depression.
Okay. I guess guidance on myself first. Like
Okay.
I got a D4 to check. Then I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to cause my voice to boom and tell them to surrender now. They come quietly. Yeah. What would possibly make them fucking? Yeah, surrender now. We've got Sovereign on the way, and he'll stop them.
Go ahead and give me a bluff check.
All right. Plus D4 for guidance.
Oh god, do I only
Okay.
give you my inspiration? I mean, what good would a 15 do? I mean, I think we all have inspiration.
Yeah, like I could. It's just the odds are. I'd be going on like a 35-40% chance to improve it. I guess it's not terrible, but the thing is, do I actually honestly expect this to, even if I rolled a 20, to succeed?
That is your move here.
Yeah.
It's locked in. The roll is 14. Fim pauses, and so does the entourage. You hear a booming voice calls back. Well, it isn't my little cleric friend.
I can tell you're
So
tired. You don't want to continue this.
You have me trapped in a corner. Do you know what cornered rats do?
You're not a rat. You're intelligent. You know when to give up.
Very well. I will surrender in the presence of Sovereign. What do you do?
Very well. Let's go to him then.
If he's right behind you, I will simply wait.
That bomb could go off at any point, and it's like right there.
Oh, you know about the bomb then?
We know about all of them in all their locations. So, we're already working on defusing all of them. This is why it's even better for you to surrender now.
You hear him tapping on his head, and because he's made of metal and this is just a echoey hollow chamber, you really hear it.
Your pathetic
Well-
bombs are really bad. Even I could defuse one.
It seems like you know a little bit more. Tell me, what am I, little cleric?
You're an aspect? Or you
And
have an
what
aspect?
happens to an aspect when they die?
They go to Shade Pool?
What happens to a cleric when they die?
Their soul passes on, is usually reincarnated, or depends on the beliefs.
It seems the time crunch is on your hands then.
Well, I don't know about that, because we've already followed one of your fellow lieutenants to Shade Pool and dealt with them. Shade Pool is not your safety.
You go ahead and give me an insight check.
Oh boy. That's a 13.
It's hard to make out like this change. His body language shifts, but like the specifics are hard to tell from this distance. Let's be candid here. I have no reason to believe that Sovereign is right behind you. Only that if he is right behind you, then I am to act accordingly. Pascal's wager, if you will.
Who's Pascal?
Never mind. Should we assume then that Sovereign is not behind you and that this is a bluff? Well then, it seems that I have all the power.
Unless that bomb goes off.
You have said something that has intrigued me quite a bit. You can defeat an aspect?
We already have.
Allow me safe passage then, and we will get in touch. Us aspects are in direct competition with each other. I have reason to want my other aspects killed.
That's interesting.
If he's saying just let him go and you can do what you want, I'd consider taking that deal, even though he is a piece of shit.
Very well. I will allow you safe passage for now, because there are more things that I have to deal with.
I just have one request.
Very well.
Allow me to implant a tracking bug underneath your skin.
And why would I ever allow that?
Because if you don't have Sovereign, then I have all the bargaining power here. You are then outnumbered. If you wanted to kill all the aspects, you wouldn't be hiding from a distance, sending a booming voice with none of your allies present.
Well, we are, trying to defuse 10 bombs currently.
case, it's logical to assume then you are a solitary force.
Well, all I'm saying is that I have to account for the chance that they are delayed.
Little cleric.
And you
Do
do
you
realize
think you
that I
can
would just be
defeat
able to
me in a
rip
matter
that
of minutes?
cracker out after, right?
What if it's implanted underneath the skin?
Can I roll medicine to know if that would be true?
Go ahead.
Because I feel like you still would be able to extract it. Yeah. Well, 14.
Provided it's stationary, you would be able to extract something like that.
Oh, provided it's stationary. You have this tracker with you?
It nods. I always keep it on hand, in case I encounter that, that murderer that you keep amongst you.
Who is he referring to?
Probably happy.
I had sent one of my allies to investigate them, and they were killed.
Yeah, I don't know if Bonari knows about any of that.
Nope, you don't.
Yeah. This is like... Huh. And how do I know... How do I... Very well, you have a deal? Should you, break this deal, there will, of course, still be consequences.
I'm sure, little cleric.
Because you are also banking on him not being right at the right now entranceway.
He steps forward then, and he reaches into one of his pocket haversacks and pulls out what seems to be like a metal spider that has almost like squid-like length tentacles. He taps it twice, and the tentacles converge into a drill, and he presses it up against your chest. Do you allow this? Yes or no?
Hmm. Is there
He
any way I
is
can
now-
trick him into thinking it succeeded?
He is now within close range.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let him do it because he'll just fucking murder me.
All right.
Wing flare
It
wouldn't do
impales
anything.
inside of you, and you take
Yeah, I assume like Wielder will be able to
5
figure out.
points of damage as this thing kind of worms around underneath your skin, and it feels like it wraps around one of your rib cage bones.
Interesting. Okay.
It's not like gory or anything. It's like moving pretty cleanly, but it hurts like hell. Very well. We have a deal. I'll speak to you in a little bit.
Well, you better run. I have a bomb to defuse.
He salutes you in the Stonewall salute and moves off with 4 of his goons.
That mockingly.
I'll leave it up to you to interpret.
Alright. Time to go look at the fucking bomb and die horribly.
I'm going to give you advantage as you've done this before.
Okay.
So you are familiar with the process.
Yeah, but I'm not. Is it on the ceiling again?
Yep.
Because I don't have a way up to it. Which is kind of a problem. Unless the like ceiling's not that high up, but I could catch the bomb, but that is fucking risky as shit, right? I don't, well, I can any way for me to tell to see like how unstable that thing is? I wasn't willing to risk even taking on a Drake network last time, so Having it fall, I'm concerned that it'll set it off.
It's relatively stable.
I mean, as long
As
as
it
the
is.
things don't connect in the middle, probably doesn't blow up.
Yeah, there's basically, so you see how I'll kind of draw it out here. Do you see how I have like this platform that it's suspended in? This thing in the middle here, in between the blue and the red, the crimson and the azure, as it were, is what prevents the two from mixing.
Right.
So as long as that's kept intact, the two can't mix.
Okay.
Do they like screw in? Like, are these like glass ampules?
Yes, they're particularly thick glass ampules. And
Right.
there is a sort of chamber in the middle that connects the two of them, which is separated by this mechanism, which has been screwed into the ceiling by a notch.
I don't know what either of those materials are, right? Just some kind of sand.
Yeah, just some sort of glowing sand of multiple colors.
Because there is one theory that you release one side of it and then you don't need to worry about it, but I don't know what happens or how contagious those things are. Thing is, am I gonna be able to catch it? I mean, it can't be that hard. I can, oh, I know what I can do. Maybe. I can take my robes off and use that as a easier way to catch it. And it'll soften the catch.
Nice.
So we will mage hand to unscrew it.
Okay, go ahead and give me just the wisdom sleight of hand.
Hold on, I'm gonna do guidance first for the D4.
At advantage, right?
Yep.
Oh, good guidance at least. So wisdom 2d20, keep highest one plus 5. Plus 4 for that
20.
guidance.
Nice.
Glad I had advantage.
Yep. This is enough that you are able to safely unscrew this. Here, safely unscrewing it means you unscrew it in such a way that it falls regularly and not lopsided, which would have been disastrous. I'm going to say go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw here to catch this in this sort of makeshift like fireman's net that you've created with your cloak.
Oh boy, here goes.
The DC is simply 5.
Very likely to make this.
Oh, you got this.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey.
I know what I'm doing.
All right, you catch this successfully.
Cool, I'm
glad you've got your own way of getting inspiration, because my plan was to, or getting advantage was to go like this up to 4, and I'd run into you, and I could tell you,
Mhm.
but that, you know.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go dump this in water as well.
Okay. And that's Vonari's particularly involved turn.
That was a long turn.
It was.
You ran into a lieutenant.
I didn't die horribly.
He just got tracked again. Everyone's tracking Venari.
I don't really hide my movements to begin with, but they'll know what bomb I'm going to now.
All right, who'd like to go next?
I can. I want to disarm this bomb.
Disarm the bomb.
I gotta get out of the thing, which I think I did in my last turn.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a d20 luck check here, and if it's between a 1 and a 5, something bad happens. Oh, something bad happens.
Well, inspiration.
Yeah, you can use inspiration if you'd like. This isn't something terrible.
I don't have inspiration.
Okay, then something bad happens.
Oh.
On your way there, you encounter, it looks like there are 2 of these Harmony patrolmen, and they are looking to be arming the bomb. What do you do?
Oh shit. What are they dressed in?
They're wearing the Harmony Patrol uniform.
Well, I can make myself look like them, and I'll take a minute with a disguise kit and like change my clothes and like just walk up to them.
Okay. Go ahead and give me just a pure luck check here to see what happens, as there's 2 possibilities here.
No deception. 7.
7. Okay, give me a deception check with disadvantage.
19.
19. When you approach them, there are 2 operatives.
Is that
The
different from the patrolman?
Yes, so there are 2 patrolmen, operatives, 2 agents, whatever word you'd like.
Okay.
The one in charge is human. The other one is not human. The other one is a construct. The one in charge, however, is human.
All right, I'll mimic. I'll mimic how I've heard the constructs talk. Wait, have I ever heard them talk?
Nope.
Oh. Okay, then I'll make like a normal, like measured voice with like no variation in tone, and I'll say, "Regular checkup. Other bombs have already exploded. Status?"
The other one looks towards you and goes,
Hmm.
it's just screaming in your face. The human steps forward and pulls out what seems to be a standard issue Capcree loading crossbow, in that it's a crossbow that just loads capsules. Interesting way of talking there.
Can I do the clicking scream and stuff too? And then after that, I'll go, "Pre-recorded message ended."
Okay, I say that's part of this above average deception check. This is enough to convince the other one. I didn't recall asking for backup.
I can't say anything now because the pre-recorded message is over. So I'll just kind of stand there expectantly. and
Attention.
blankly. Snap to attention.
At the same time the other one does. It's just like looking you up and down as you and the other one are just in a static pose. State your model number.
CHP 910765.
Damn. They really gave me a CHP unit for backup. I'm fucked. All right, you successfully infiltrated here.
I would have tried to read off his, like, add 1 number to it.
I'm gonna try to like get close to the system with arming the bomb. But while they're distracted, I'm gonna draw the train and the short sword and attack them both at the same time.
Okay, they are surprised, so go ahead.
Okay. So I have advantage. 2d20, keep highest 1 plus 7 for the for a train on the human.
That hits.
17. And for the dagger, or for the short sword on the robot, that's 23.
Also hits.
Alright,
so the first one, like, is on the human.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a sneak attack on the human.
Okay.
Which is I'm using the train, so 1d4 plus 4 plus 3d. I mean no, it's 4 plus 1d4 plus 4 plus 66. 24 on the human.
Dead.
And then 6 plus 1d6 on the robot.
Okay.
12 on the robot.
12. They had 11 health. You destroy both of them in one hit. Very lucky.
Nice.
Take the bomb apart, and I put the vials of stuff in my bag. With
Take the
paper
bomb
between.
apart. Whoa, you can't just gloss over that. Do you have magic technology?
No, I don't.
How are you taking this bomb apart?
From what you said before, can you describe it again? It sounded like it was just like 2 vials of stuff next to each other that's kind of sitting together.
2 vials of stuff next to each other. So here's a drawing that I've done. So there's the mechanism here which separates the 2 vials, the 2 ampules, more correctly labeled.
I guess you
Okay.
can imagine like a poisoner's kit or something.
Oh yeah, I'll use my poisoner's kit. Instead of taking the bomb apart, I'll puncture the ampule on the right at the bottom, so then drain it into a vial. And I'll drain the other one into a vial too. Instead of breaking the connection, I'll break it at the bottom so it drains away from each other.
Okay.
It goes like this.
Okay, so you're siphoning then.
Yeah. I'll-
Okay, go
I just want
ahead.
the stuff.
Go ahead and give me a, I guess, poisoner's kit check here with dexterity.
13.
13 is good enough with that method to avoid damaging the contraption. You siphon these off. So these weigh 5 pounds.
Oh my goodness.
It's a
Each.
lot. No, in total.
Oh, in total. Okay. How much weight do I have left? My encumbered weight is 60 pounds, so I can carry it. Hooray.
All right. And with that, you've disabled bomb number 3.
Capri bomb components.
You'll carry it anyways. You just be a little slower.
And then I'll look around and spy event and then climb up towards it, and that'll end my turn.
Nice. Good job. All right. Who would like to go next?
I would. I want to go before Cal because.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for you to meet back up with me.
Exactly.
But I do have something that I think I have time for before you get back to me.
Well, I can make my way up to you, and then we can kind of work our turns in tandem planning. Because you've got followers now, so I'd get up there.
Sure,
I'd explain to you and your followers how to disarm them. And then say we should probably split up. It sounds like there was an explosion over here, so that path is probably blocked off, but we can probably still get to 9, 10, and 8.
Okay.
I think that's reasonable. Before you get there and explain to me, I wanted to go and find Wemley, roll a luck check to see if they're there, and see if they can help me negotiate for more people.
No luck required. Wemley's there.
My dearest, most beautiful, most powerful. There's something desperate that I've come seeking your aid for. And I still have Pass Without Trace up, so they have no idea that I'm in the building.
Wemley, who is in the process of cleaning her battle axe, just like drops the battle axe and nearly falls over. I wasn't scared. I was startled. I'm always ready to act. And she turns around. Oh, it's Cal.
So it is. Most as your allies. Name me.
They
but of your
like
allies.
you with 4 people that outrank you behind you, and like the people look like confused as to why they're there.
Yeah, I was going to say like this is marching order, but my Pass Without Trace extends to them. So wait, what did I? Oh, I wanted to explain to Wemley the situation using a similar explanation to what I ineffectively gave to the bishop earlier. And basically, my goal here is to see if they can like explain in better words to someone and rustle up some more aid, and also if they want to come with us to fix things.
A lot of us are coming back from a very, very big hunt that we all did very well in, by the way. I'll tell you about it later. This sounds pressing, but yeah, I was just doing maintenance. I can come with, I guess. I don't
Your aid will be most appreciated.
really have a team that reports to me.
But surely you have peers. Surely you have some say, and you understand how powerful, potent the foe that we face is.
Yes, well, I do know a few Daniels, but I think I'll recruit a Jonathan instead. You get a Wemley and a Jonathan added to your entourage.
Excellent. And then we meet up with Wielder.
All right.
Probably there's
Yeah,
like some sort of cool arm wrestling or something that happens in the waiting time.
Yeah, by the time you're done with that, I would make it to the Bronze Gauntlet. And I would explain what I have, how to disarm them, and then also I'm going to be dropping Irene off here at the Bronze Gauntlet. Tell them to lock her up for now. I'm assuming somewhere in this mishmash of architecture, you've got a holding cell of some sort.
Oh, they are really, really good at locking things up.
Got 12 holding cells, metal men.
stand up a bit taller and say, "We need her held here for now. There are still bombs all around the city."
You got it. You with Cal?
Yeah, I'm with Cal.
That's fucking sick. We'll do it.
Awesome.
We love Cal here.
That's great. Uh,
Oh, yeah,
So-
probably I'm meeting Wielder at the gates, which means I approach the gate from behind and introduce myself and say something like, sorry, I let myself in.
yeah. And so we can probably send some people off to get 9.
Cal jumped
I
up
don't
to
want-
the 3rd story. Like, just straight up, like, literally jumped up there. That's sick.
My exploits proceed.
Yeah, Cal's a bit of a free spirit. Anyways, back to the important thing. I think we should send some NPCs to, just because if we were to go there, that kind of shuts off our paths. I think we could make our way to here, send some NPCs this way to go down to 9, while we go take the rest of them, go over here, send some more NPCs down to 10.
So, let me
we will
tell you
go-
how the hirelings or these guys will work. Wemley and Jonathan together are competent. Like, these pawns will just assist them in fighting. But you can't expect, like, these random grunts to defuse the bomb successfully. You know what I mean?
But like the named ones can.
Yeah, exactly. These guys are smarter. They're not, like, just random people that have been taken in by the Bronx.
Wemley and who? Who's the other person?
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Did you say that they act as a single unit? Wemley and Jonathan are needing to work together to do bombs?
No, Wemley and Jonathan are competent. The other guys are just, like, muscle power.
Okay, so we can send Wemley, or we can send Jonathan and 2 grunts this way, or a grunt on this path. We can have Wemley come with us over here, and then once we're at this stop, Wemley can go down to 10, take care of this bomb with some grunts, and then you and I can continue up to here, where one of us can go to 8, and one of us can make our way up to 4.
GM, are we aware that the network has stopped, or that was the mission that Happy was on, at least?
You're aware that that's what Happy was going to do because you told Happy.
And we'll know for certain once we get to a network and they say it's stopped, and then we show them our badge and we can go on.
Right. So I would suggest that we probably want to send 2 of the pawns with Wemley and 2 with Jonathan.
Okay.
We can handle ourselves.
Yeah. So Jonathan and 2 minions are going to go down this path I've highlighted. Then the rest of us are going to go to here. And once we're here, Wemley and 2 NPCs go down to 10. And then we'll continue up here. And I think I have a good chance of getting them, so I think I should continue more into like the center of town, so go to 4 or like 2 or 1. While you go to 8, and then you can backtrack and like go up to 2 or something.
8.
I will
All right.
point out, if we take this path to 10 and then south, versus if we just go directly to the intersection for 8, it's something like 9 miles versus 4 miles if we have to go to the intersection above 10 first. You see, we can just walk directly to the 8 intersection, which is the same as walking to the 10 intersection.
And,
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Because you're not on the Drake network.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I did not account for that. Let's walk up to that one then.
How severe the logistics.
We know this path. We've walked this path before. So it would make sense for us to do that. Alright. So what we're doing with the NPCs doesn't change, because we gotta send Wemley down here, but then we can walk up here.
Yeah, unfortunately we're not accompanying them to the intersection to 10, which is a bit further away, but they're still taking the same path.
Yeah.
Okay, let's roll this one out. Wielder, I'll have you in charge of Jonathan.
Okay, so he's going to 9. So they're going to go here.
For Jonathan here, give me a luck check.
With D20.
Oh god, they can get stopped.
17.
All right. Jonathan and the goons are lucky. They don't encounter anything and are able to get there. You have given them instructions on how to deal with this, so they actually are familiar. They will have advantage. Jonathan is actually quite a smart fellow for the Bronze Gauntlet. So go ahead and roll D20 plus 5 for his magic technology.
Nice.
With advantage, of course.
Yep. Come on. Nat 20. Love this
They
guy.
Expertly
Jonathan.
and beautifully
He's welcome to Waterside
disabled.
Guild whenever he wants.
Yeah, Jonathan is the guy who maintains everyone's weapons and stuff, so
Oh, I
he's
love him.
he's respected and also brutally mocked by everyone at the Bronze Gauntlet. So Wemley and goons, on the other hand, Cal, I'll have you roll for them.
Reasonable. So same thing, luck check, and then.
Mhm.
Moderately, but below average.
All right. They encounter some difficulties here. The nature of the difficulties, I'll decide right now by this roll. Okay. Cal, go ahead and give me a D20 luck check. 5 and below is terrible. Okay.
Above average.
One of the goons is killed in a battle with some of the fake Harmony patrolmen. So there are 2 remaining.
He'll get a plaque somewhere.
Go ahead and roll 2d20. Keep highest 1 plus 2. This is for Wemley.
Nice.
Wemley is able to
19.
disable this bomb as well.
I told you
I
we
would
can
have also
count on them.
expected them, if possible, if they can save the ampules, because I want to study that.
I think Jonathan does. I don't know if Wemley does here.
Yeah, they got a
And-
21, which is in the range, but that's not 25, so.
And you guys are
That's
getting
another
up to here, right?
Makes total sense that Jonathan would.
You guys get up to here and then you're going to split off? Is that the intent?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that
would go to 4.
I think that's your round then, or your turn.
Well, can I make the case that so Wemley was able to do this?
Mhm.
We're traveling the same distance to get up to. Well, we had stuff to do before then, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is also probably about the time Pass Without Trace runs out, because I cast it like right next to the Bronze Gauntlet, and then it takes, I don't know, like an hour to get this far. Even though we've passed this far, it's like 4.5 miles or something.
Can I at least get to this network?
What? That's fine.
All right.
Okay,
And hold
Happy.
on, this bomb's gone, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I guess it would take me 2 turns
Yes,
to
I
get. Oh, the sprawl bombs are gone actually. Or it's 8 over there, but probably take forever to get to 8. I guess I could just go to 1. Like, there's no reason
Oh,
for me
really?
to.
You would
stay,
see me
right?
carrying the thing back to that and go dump it in the ocean. Well, if you wanted to get one now, that would be the time.
Okay. Yeah. On your turn, you'll pass by me.
Mhm.
Because you're a little bit into the tunnel right now, aren't you?
I'm basically carrying it out.
Yeah.
Okay. 8's probably a pretty important one to get rid of eventually. I think one of you guys are gonna do that. Maybe Cal.
Yeah. Cal's gonna go do that.
Although
All
you're
right,
not
then I-
aware of that currently.
Yeah, true. I should just do
You're-
the ones that I'm
you're right by
closest to,
1.
though.
Yeah.
I should just do the ones I'm close to. So I'm gonna go for 1. There's no reason why I should stay here, right? Like I can just leave now.
Yeah, you're free to go.
I'm going to 1 then. I'll flash my badge and all the appropriate stuff to get onto the Drake network.
So, you flash your badge. Everyone is willing to let you through. Go ahead and give me a luck check. Now, this one is a bit different than all the others. 1 to 5 is a travesty.
Uh-oh.
5 to 10 is terrible. And then 10 to 15 is bad, and 15 plus is fine.
Oof. Okay.
Oh,
Nice.
so lucky.
So lucky. You are able to get there entirely unimpeded, and you get to this bomb. You see this bomb now for the first time.
Yeah, so Happy doesn't know anything about this, actually, right?
Yeah,
Can I roll an
I was thinking
investigation
about you.
or something?
Go ahead.
All right, cool.
Nice.
Okay, you are able to investigate this here, and you see how everything is set up.
Okay. So, what was it? What would it be to try to disarm it then? Would that be a sleight of hand, or would that be?
What are you doing to disarm it?
Okay. So, from my understanding, we don't want the liquids to touch. Is that the idea? Is that what causes the explosion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know this. You just know that there's red sand on one side and blue sand on the other.
Oh, okay. So the investigation didn't tell me that. Okay.
Tells you that there's red sand on one side, blue sand on the other, and how everything is set up.
All right. Well, if I don't know that, then I wouldn't know how to defuse it. Okay.
Maybe Magitech to know how to defuse.
Right. So the way this works is the sand is slowly moving closer to each other to touch. Is that what it looks like the contraption's doing?
It looks like there is an inner chamber that prevents the two from touching.
Okay. Does it look like anything's going to happen to that inner chamber?
It's unclear.
Okay. So the investigation was okay.
Match the technology, as the actual mechanism is what causes it to be set off. But
Right.
the mechanism is kept in a box that is notched into the ceiling above, and it is then welded into the notch to prevent it from moving. This also fastens the ampules roughly to the ceiling.
Okay. Would moving it, would that... Okay, I don't know, this stopping the sands from touching. Okay, is there any way I could try to detach it from the top?
There's many different ways that you can do it. So the way that Vonari did it was Vonari just removed the screws and then disconnected the mechanism. Alternatively, you could just try to break the mechanism off.
I'd rather try to remove the screws and detach it like Finari did.
Go ahead and give me a hand check then.
A what, sorry?
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand? Okay, cool. Oof.
You have inspiration?
No, I don't.
What's the chance? Okay, what would happen if you fucked up? You probably just failed to unscrew it. I don't see it blowing up on you, so might be fine.
Take my inspiration on that.
Alright, thank you.
Better.
Content?
Say again?
Are you content with this?
Yeah, I don't think I can even do anything now. There's one inspiration we can use, right? You can't use more.
Yeah, it's just
nice.
damage.
You are unscrewing it here, and in doing so, you unscrew it a bit more than you want, and it tilts to one side. Happy, what do you do?
Ooh. Tilts to one side. Could I like put a hand out under it to try to like tilt it back? To hold it up?
Okay.
while I'm
Go
trying
ahead
to-
and give me a dexterity saving throw here.
Alright. Oof.
Nice.
Okay, because this is above a 25, you are able to reset this with no complications. On a 15 to 25, you would have been able to get away from the ensuing explosion, but you prevent the explosion. Good job.
Oh
Man.
my gosh, I've been
Nice.
playing with serious fucking fire. Oh god.
You're disarming bombs! They explode.
They sure do. I didn't realize how close I was.
All right, so you are able to push this up, and you see like a single grain of sand makes it through the mechanism as it comes loose and gets stuck in the middle chamber.
That's how they set them off. Like a mechanism in the box spins or something and causes it to shake.
Yeah.
Happy you successfully defused bomb 1.
Feels good. Actually, we're on track to pull this off, everyone.
Wow,
I was
that one's gonna
super
explode.
concerned there. Like, oh no, is Happy dead?
Rip.
They
Actually,
have-
not rip. The opposite of rip. But yeah.
Wait.
There's a certain definition of handled where one of the bombs has already gone off, so technically speaking, there has been damage.
Listen, Arendelle has had a lot of bad things happen to it, and just another one did. Remember that crater area that I said wasn't a crater, it's just destroyed place? Well, it's kind of a crater now in this particular area here.
Yeah, that's where I was going next. Oh my god, that probably killed so many people.
No, maybe it's probably evacuated-ish. I mean, there might be some stragglers.
It's partially
but,
evacuated. It also
Yeah.
goes...
Also goes? What does that mean?
sorry, it also takes this tunnel with it.
Oh no.
We don't
Oh,
really
just the
need that
tunnel. That's fine. No one's in there, right? That's fine.
The tunnel itself is evacuated. The place above it is pretty destroyed. There's a crater underneath it, which the collapsing of the tunnel has caused like the actual ground to kind of crack in, creating what looks almost like a quarry effect, and how it's kind of like completely destroyed in the center and then kind of caving in, which has destroyed many of the houses.
Rip.
Fucking poor Arendelle just gets down all the time.
Okay.
Wonder how that affects Upper Crown.
Just
Is
barely
that-
doesn't, but it is
Oh, my-
too close for comfort for the Upper Crown.
I'd have felt it.
Yeah, I felt like they had architecture that really relies on a solid foundation. Like, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. So even though it's a bit further away, it's also a lot more fragile.
Everyone? Top of the round here. There's only 2 bombs left.
Does Wielder run into Venari?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Carrying a bomb in my robes.
Venari, you get that one?
Yeah, this is the second one I've gotten.
Nice. We've sent out some people from the Bronze Gauntlet to take care of some. No, I haven't heard any explosions, so I think they're doing pretty well. Happy-
Definitely one went off between the shrub and here.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the damages yet, but
and it sounds like another one just went off a bit north of here. Cal's heading over to the one over in
Marianne.
Marianne.
I know this is, important stuff, but can you, disable this? Because all I did was detach it and carry it over here. I was going to dump it in
Detach
the
it.
ocean.
Yeah, I'll try to disable it.
And then I think we should go down to number 4.
Yeah. It's by where I live and where I work. Okay, I'm gonna try to disable this. Magic technology. Advantage.
Gonna give him guidance.
Yes, please.
Getting the hell out of this roll.
Yeah.
Let's
You're gonna have D4.
2d20 plus 7 plus 1d4. 23.
You detach the ampules and you isolate them so that they will not touch each other.
Excellent. Alright, let's head to 4. I think that's like immediately what happens on the start of my turn.
Yeah.
We were right there.
Alright.
Do I run into them, Pog? Because I'm also heading straight to 4.
Well, I think that's fun. Why not?
Where are you?
He was heading towards 4 as part of this, so he would have been taking this Drake and then going down. So I think it's fun for the 3 of you to meet up here.
You could have
There's
also
Feather
another
step.
step.
other stuff, yeah.
Yeah, there's a feather step too, so
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to go in the Drake network right now. I'm not suicidal.
Putting my robe back on.
I got the one in the north, and I engaged Sovereign and Saga. I don't know what they're doing.
Maybe Venari and I can go to 4, and Cal's over by 8.
There are. Okay, I'll go help Kyle then.
All right.
I assume Isaac tells us that you disabled one as well.
Yeah. I'll tell you about the one that I disabled up here.
All right.
Which I think
Go
was
to 8,
3.
we will go to 4, and then up to 1.
Yeah.
So Kel and Vonari are working in tandem here. Don't even need to roll a luck check. What you see here is what appears to be
Wielder
like...
and Venari.
Or sorry, no, not Cal. Wielder and Vonari. You see what appears to be like 30 dead Construct Harmony Patrolmen, and Saga and Sovereign are there, and they've just cleaned them out for you.
Wow. Thanks.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna help a lot. I need to get to the bomb, and so I guess if we take the Drake there and stop, I can climb on top of it.
All right.
Can I get a bit more of that guidance?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. All right.
And I'll be ready to try and catch it if
It's
it does.
scarier to think about failing on something you're good at. It's like, what if I roll 2 1s and then a 1 on the d4? Nope, not gonna happen.
Nice.
28.
Don't need to worry about that. You disarm this bomb expertly here. Cal and Isaac.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's fastest for me to, like, I'm starting to lose hope in that, so I'm gonna ask them to like give me a Drake, and I'll YOLO down the line as quick as I can. When I see Cal, I'll just be like, get on.
I need the two of you to give me a luck check.
Each of us.
Rolling a.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Beautiful. Amazing. Great job. You head through the area and you see that there is nobody at all.
We do successfully find the bomb. It's just like stapled to the wall or something.
Yeah, it's a giant glowing glass thing. Like you couldn't miss it in this dimly lit.
Giant.
Yeah,
It's like
each of these
30
ampules
feet on a side or something.
Each of these ampules is the size of your torso, and it's glowing.
Yeah, I guess if it's just dark and it's glowing and out in the open,
Yeah,
that
just
makes
hanging
sense.
there.
It's like a neon light in a dark tunnel.
Al, can you help me get up there and I'll disarm it? I saw one of these earlier when it was partially armed, so I think I know some of the reverse steps.
Can I grapple to the ceiling in the tunnel?
Yeah, there is explicitly like a notch that you can grapple onto.
Okay. That's I don't have like an extending 10-foot pole or anything like that, so I'm gonna throw my grappling hook up there.
Go ahead and give me a ranged attack roll here, and do not critically fail this.
Yeah, I don't see
Oh my
any.
god.
Jostling that will be extremely bad.
Where's my button? Here we go. I'm pretty sure that.
Right!
Thank God.
Oh my god, critical!
That is a
All
nat
right.
20.
You latch it in perfectly so that it wraps around and catches onto one of like the giant nails holding the mechanism in place. This is the sturdiest grappling hook you've ever done in your life.
I point to it and I look at Isaac and I'm like, "Yeah, I think you can get up there."
Alright. I climb up and attempt to disarm the bomb.
Okay,
Because I've seen some of the internals, right? Because it was not fully together when I last saw it.
go ahead.
+4, +4. 21!
Successfully disarm it. Are you able to hold this additional 5 pounds?
I believe I am, actually. I'll
Very
get
nice.
another one of those then.
All right. Good job, everyone. You have, to the best of your ability, disarmed most of the bombs that were set off in the Drake network.
Oh my god, I can't believe so many people died, though.
I can't believe more people didn't die.
Because one happened in the middle of nowhere, and then one happened in a sparsely populated area.
Dude,
Could
there
have
was
been a
coral
lot.
there.
Could have been a
Wait,
gazillion times
Al,
worse.
where's Irene? I mean, she wasn't with Builder and Venare, and she's not with us. Is she with Happy? I wouldn't say Happy is a responsible caretaker of a fox or a person.
Irene is given a room befitting their responsibility in the Bronze Gauntlet. They'll be taken care of very well.
That's a good way to put it.
Everyone, let's take a 10-minute break. Good job. You've
Nice.
defeated bombs.
Dude, there was coral there. We are probably going to be pretty upset about what happens to the native life in the river south of the meadows.
Don't worry, I've got an unset off bomb that I toss in the water too.
You should lose Piety for that.
Really, I mean, what happened? I mean, the worst, we're going to have to know what happened in Arendelle, but other than that,
Alright, time
Telling you.
break.
The
You
worst
know,
is that a bunch of water got fucked up by construction
they
material.
broke a superfluous Drake network and injured its backup, and that can be repaired.
But what about the marine life?
Imagine the traffic, like the rush hour traffic now for people who live in Gordas Meadows. There's only one way off to this island, and it's heavily populated.
I bet they crank up the fucking cost. Well, then again, you know, there's a lot worse areas, like, you know, Arendelle.
Yeah, think about the traffic if we hadn't disarmed all these bombs.
But if we could just let them go off, and we'd have to play with like a really broken city.
If we let them go off, we would absolutely be.
Friction.
I think if we had slept, I mean.
Right, beer back, water.
I was trying to figure out if there was a way to use my new piety spell to disarm the bomb. Like if I could splash water inside of the mechanism. But then Isaac was like, yeah, I'll just do it. And I was like, okay, I'll use my grappling hook.
I'm really happy that I now have samples of blue stuff in the sewer, because I wasn't able to get any. And I had a red brick, so I don't know if I had anything from the crimson. I have a red
And
brick.
You know what's exciting about it being sand? I'm gonna take it back to my apartment. The stuff I have, I'm gonna grow plants in it. Just for the
sounds
fuck
like
of it.
That sounds dangerous.
I'm gonna grow
Maybe-
poison plants in the red stuff. I'm gonna grow tasty plants in the blue stuff.
You're gonna keep them next to each other?
On opposite sides of the room.
All right. I mean,
You know what they say about
You have
sand?
rent?
It's everywhere.
do you have renter's insurance?
Right, if every district blows up and my whole family dies, I'm gonna blame you.
Huh. And it's gonna be mixed with dirt anyways. So it's not like even if they touched it, it would do anything anymore. Reaction would be.
That's an assumption. I've never heard one.
It's like how nuclear reactors work. They put nuclear rods in, and that slows
That's
reaction
another
down.
assumption.
I mean, no, that's actually how nuclear reactors work.
Yeah, I know, but there's an assumption that it works the same way with these. It sounds to me like just them touching. It sounds more like a matter-antimatter thing.
Yeah. It's just tilting and then a couple fucking dust particles. That's wow. See the fucking area of land I've
is actually
destroyed? Holy
probably pretty
fuck.
close to what it is.
Alright, how much
I
energy is
wonder-
released in antimatter annihilation?
All
9
of it.
times 10 to the 13 joules.
On the other hand, if you really want to
8
kill a
of
boss,
1 grain of sand. Okay.
It's very clearly not her full mass energy equivalence here, or else a single bomb would have destroyed much more than just a few tracks.
Times 0.0044. It's
construct.
396 billion
I
joules.
wonder what would happen if white touched flat. You know, from shade pool sample and a purified one from Venari. Happens at big cups because you never purified it to white. You purified it to gray. Red and blue we don't really know a lot about, so it probably doesn't work the same way. I've got
Okay, 2 grains of sands of antimatter touching and regular matter rather is equivalent to 100 million tons of dynamite, which is not that much. So let's keep the sand on opposite sides of the room, and if there is a little explosion, it's fine.
That's not that much. Would you rather have... I wouldn't even want 1 stick of dynamite going off in my apartment.
I've got samples now. I'm running experiment. I've got a list of like experiments I want to run during that time.
Maybe you can make explosive ammo with it.
I could. I really could.
I'm gonna need your help to extract the fucking tracking bug.
Absolutely.
I think together we can do it.
Yeah, I've already been looking into.
Because you know the technology and I know the medicine, so.
Like if
I can use my thieves tools on your ribs.
If I use identify on you, I can tell what it's doing. Because that's I looked that up. So identify will tell you what kind of magical effects are on a person if you touch them.
I learned about knives and ribs in torture class. I can totally do this. I did skip most of torture class.
It might actually be beneficial to have you there, because in case it is trapped in some way.
I'm pretty good at disarming traps. Be even better next level.
Even better if you have someone helping you.
That's true.
Again, surgery experience. I am a master. So
Also,
for
I
all those
totally
times
blabbed to
described about
Fam
doing things.
about all this kind of shit we do, so.
And fuck that guy. I bet Finn was trying to put the bomb up and he fucked it up and then exploded, and that's why they were all injured.
Yeah.
But I bet they messed it up because he's so dumb.
Why had any spell slots at all?
Well, I mean, we did a very good job here. How many bombs were there total?
10.
10?
You got 8 of the 10.
Very good.
Maybe that'll scare the upper crown into doing something better.
Maybe they're involved.
Wouldn't surprise me.
If all the connections be blown up, I am glad that it was one of these ones. I mean, I'm ignoring, of course, the one up top, but this triangle.
I mean, it's still bad, but it's one of the better ones.
I mean, once this is repaired, you can't just do this anymore. You have to do this. 4.3 miles as opposed to 2.4. An extra 2 miles.
A person can walk like 3.3 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know how much faster the Drake network is, but you're not adding much time to your commute.
I was worried about force. I was worried about residual damage to the Waterside Goheed and Waterside Guild.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back, everyone, and I do have a clarification here, as there was a little bit of confusion about it. So in this area here, I mentioned that 2 of the tunnels were taken out of commission, but one of them was flooded.
Mhm.
So the difference is that this tunnel that I've completely removed has a hole in it and cannot be repaired.
Mm-hmm.
As a result of flooding the subterranean area here, the other one that goes underneath the water is also currently flooded. So you can't go through.
Repaired.
Yeah, you just have to seal off the area and then drain the water.
Yeah. And then I don't think we were just talking about. I don't think this section needs to be rebuilt. Because I mean, come on, just do that.
Yeah,
Although that is annoying because that is my That's the closest Drake network to my place.
Mildly
And the
annoying.
stone wall.
Stone ball.
Who knows? Maybe I'll do some repairs. I can just go down there. I can do some underwater welding. I don't need to breathe.
I have returned.
Like hyperbaric.
Welcome.
It was so scary rolling 2d20 keep ice 1 +7 +1d4. It's scarier to think about failing on something that like, oh, I've got all these bonuses too, but it's like
Yeah,
you're
like
tempting
you-
fate. Like you're just asking fate to go, say like,
You just rolled
let's
2
see how you
ones.
like
One out of
this.
three.
Yeah.
I did have 1 inspiration, but
Yeah, if that happens, it's like you're Macbeth. No matter what you do, you're just gonna get fucked.
Hey, don't say that name here. Any theater kids in the chat like that joke?
Hey,
No.
I know that joke.
For the theater kids.
I did do theater one summer sometime.
Is
That was a
Macbeth
very long
like
time ago.
is Macbeth to theater kids as Stairway to Heaven is to guitar shops?
No, you're
Is it
just not
something-
supposed to use the name if you use those words.
Yeah,
it's
the same
bad.
as Scottish play.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like a thing. Like actors in
dumb.
general. Yeah, you're not supposed
it's
to say
actually
Macbeth.
it is just called the Scottish play.
If I had known this, I would have in high school. I would have made it a point to walk by the theater and just like pop my head in and say Macbeth, and then just.
It's a
leave.
good play.
as
I don't know
often
what
as I
the
could.
origin is. I don't know what the origin is, but
It's because they're superstitious. Like break a leg, like you never say good luck.
oh, is that actually what it is?
Yeah,
That's what break a leg
so-
is. I knew that at least.
yeah. The brick leg is superstition.
No, but the Macbeth thing. I mean, saying Macbeth in a
Probably.
theater is superstition. Okay.
Yeah, don't say Macbeth. It's superstition. I think
Well,
it
like,
has to do with the combat scenes.
Why did they place the
Oh.
bomb on the Arendelle rail
Do,
there?
do people get injured often in the combat scenes? Is that what happens?
I mean, it depends on. Oh, if it's a play, so it depends on who's doing it and how you block the scenes.
Right.
I have not seen many plays or theater things, but one of my big regrets is that I never got to see that New York that Spider-Man musical that people kept getting injured in.
Spider-Man musical.
Yeah, there was a Spider-Man musical with like wire work and stuff, and like every single night someone got hurt.
That's horrible.
This
Why
was
is
like
it...
back in like 2008, I think, or 2009, because I think I heard about it on like The Daily Show.
It's like the second or third time they've had an injury. You know, let's not change anything. Let's keep going with this.
Yeah, pretty much. That was pretty much what was happening. It's like,
Wow.
all right, he got injured that way, and we know we can prevent that now.
Anyways, everyone, we are now all here, so let's continue the game. You are kind of all split apart here. There's been some damage to the Drake network, but it's largely still functional. There are some damages in Arendelle and Lower Sar left. But the damaged part of Arendelle has already been damaged before, so there's far less people in the area. Where would you like to go? What would you like to do? Would you like to meet up? Let me know.
I think immediately we'd start heading up towards 1,
Yeah, because that was our
not
plan
knowing what's
originally.
going on there, and at some point we would run into Happy.
Hey. You guys all make your way there. Vonari and Wielder are the first to arrive, and about half an hour, or not really half an hour, more like 20 minutes later, you would see Isaac and Cal would make it there too. The Drakes are a lot faster, it turns out, when you're the only ones using them, and you can use them whenever you like with no regard to the scheduling.
Nice.
I'm imagining a bus. It's the only thing on the highway, and it's just careening.
Yeah, exactly.
Cal, are
Alright.
you aware of any bombs in the south, Cal? Or have they all been disarmed?
So tallying up,
GM.
I think we've disarmed 6.
My brain was smooth for a minute there. Did we hear from the people at the Bronze Gauntlet, or did we just go directly from here to there? Because
Sounds like you went directly there.
Yeah, I don't think we've heard from them, but we also have not heard explosions.
yeah,
I've
well,
only
I guess that
disarmed
we-
2 bombs.
I guess that we need to wait for Jonathan and Emily to show up for us to
Well,
get that information.
I don't
right?
think they know to rendezvous with us here. I came up here to see if Happy was okay because I knew she was around in this area. So we've heard 2 explosions. We can personally account for 6 diffused amongst ourselves, leaving the unknown being the 2 down in the sprawl.
I don't think
So we
Cal
should
and I
probably.
would go to 1, right? Because I'd be like, Cal, do you know any more bombs? What about the 2 in the sprawl?
All right.
Yeah, I'm sitting here wondering. I don't know why I'm in this encounter. I would go and check on the other bombs.
Okay. I just saw your tokens up there, so I assumed.
Well, I didn't move it. So.
Isaac was going, and I thought you were going with Isaac. My apologies.
No. Cal, do you want to take the one on the right? I'll take the one on the left. I can get there faster, I think.
Indeed, I think that this is the way that things should be. I'm more familiar with the one disarming that bomb in any case.
And then do we want to meet up at the stone wall after?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
All right,
I think
I'm gonna do this
the wall
mod.
should probably be the rendezvous point, unless we think that somewhere close to the middle of the map, like somewhere in Greencrest, should be the rendezvous point.
Just be aware that Fim is walking around.
Should we
He's
be
tired, so he
Aware
may
that
have
Fim is
stopped.
hovering around.
Should we be in groups of 2 then?
He's tired as well.
Which means actually, if we all ran into him together, we might be able to squeeze him out.
We could sweep all the bombs together, or the locations of the bombs together. I don't mind doing that either. I think being in groups of 2 is probably the best thing then. Just in case you do run into Fim.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard anything from the sprawl, so I can assume that it's good news there. We sent teams of 3 from the Bronze Gauntlet to 2 of the bombs in the sprawl. And they seemed capable enough, and I guess they succeeded.
It rolled really high here.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
did.
was like, when Happy almost fucking died, I was like, oh well, I'm glad I rolled really well.
Yeah.
A cat floats in from the river.
We have to go
to
to
the
the Bronze
church.
Gauntlet and pick up Irene, bring her over to the stone wall.
Can someone get my beard back?
I think it's gone, Rip.
It's on top of Wielder. I
I'm
don't know
a
who
druid,
owns the
so
beard.
it wasn't me.
I think probably Happy
So-
owns the beard.
Yeah, I think we should meet up at the stone wall. If I can stop by the Bronze Gauntlet, I can pick up Irene. Happy, did you shut down the network? Did that work?
Yep, it did.
Do you want to give them a report on what happened? Let them know that the stone wall stopped this plot for the most part.
Yeah,
Glance
after we,
over the 2 that went off.
after we
Emphasize
finished.
that the 2 that went off could have been a lot worse.
Okay. Well,
Tell them
I
that
feel
there were 8 that we stopped. The stone wall stops 8 bombs from terrorizing the city.
I feel comfortable doing that after we finish sweeping all the tunnels and confirming.
Would you guys like to do a just brief time skip here?
Yeah,
As
makes sense.
sweeping every single place. You're not going to find anything. You've cleared the encounter.
I need to pick up Irene from the Bronze Gauntlet.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
It's just one of those things that makes sense in character to sweep them all, but out of character, it's just not that exciting. Yeah, time skip makes sense.
So, Hal and Isaac, you guys pick up the remnants of the Bronze Gauntlet. Just a minor correction I saw from the chat. Not all of the pawns with Wemley died. Only one of them did.
Yeah.
I thought it was 2.
Yeah, I think that your voice cut out for a moment,
Okay.
and I thought that I heard a
heard
plural,
one.
so I assumed it was 2. That makes sense.
I think it was 1 with the luck roll that happened. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering what like an exceptionally low luck roll would be there.
exceptionally
is that
low
an
luck
eight character
roll.
might die.
Just the bomb goes off.
The bomb goes off. They're too
What about-
late.
What? Oh, that's what happens when it's like tragic. Like 1 to 5 would be tragic or whatever you said.
Yeah.
Tragic that it could be that. It could also be there are multiple lieutenants. Those are the
No,
Uh,
no, that would have been so bad, dude. Running into
an
Fim and
injured Fim was
Chakra.
bad enough.
Take Fim.
Big
could have
Fim.
been, it could have been very bad, yeah. But you guys largely avoided the worst stuff, so good job on that one. Callie, you see a slightly wounded Wemley, a much more wounded Pawn, and the two of them are carrying a body here.
I give them the Stonewall salute, the like at a range bronze gauntlet handshake, and a Hemishorim bow, and I say,
That takes a minute for
see
you
you
to finish
return.
all these greetings. All three of them. Wemley's like, yeah, we did it. We lost Grukthar, though.
Rupthar shall be avenged. And I take the other pawn by the shoulder, and I like support their presumably like 7-2 frame on my 4-10 frame.
Can you type
All right.
out that name of the person that died in chat?
Arendelle.
Thank you.
Arendelle, that's the person to what?
It was named after the city because he loved it so much.
Right.
You encounter anything here? What beset you? Were there guards for the bombs?
Wemley nods. There were Harmony Patrol officers.
What happened when you struck them? Did it ring of metal? Did it sound of flesh?
Well, they wore armor, so it did sound of metal.
Wemley, have we spoken of the adventures of the exploits that have happened in Arendelle lately? Have you heard of the destruction?
Yes, there's been destruction, but
It's
And then
not
I
public
start.
knowledge that the robot fake armor patrol route.
yeah, that's not gotten out anywhere. So you are
Yeah.
revealing this to her.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna reveal it to them though. Wemley just like saved 1/10 of the explosions and also is Wemley, so I think that this is the right time to tell them and Grikthar's friend.
Grugthar's friend and Wemley are just kind of silent as you tell this story, which is basically too horrific to be true, but it is true.
Right, and like at their expressions of confusion, I mentioned like, yeah, I went into an alternate slay pool and you disarmed a bomb that was going to destroy part of the city. There are several things that are far beyond what one would expect. But as you know, when it rains, it pours.
Isaac, you encounter Jonathan, who you've never met before, and two of the other pawns.
Wait, who are you? Oh, I need to be in Angie's form. Now who
Okay.
the frick hell are y'all? She's becoming more southern. It's fine.
I'm Jonathan of the Bronze Gauntlet. It is my pleasure, and you are not supposed to be here.
I'm Angie. I'm with the Stonewall. I'm a contractor.
With the stone wall. Well, do you know Cal Severe?
Oh yeah, they're one of my bosses.
One of your bosses.
They're
Very
over in
well.
the other
you
tunnel
should
over
be here.
yonder. Y'all disarmed that bomb, right?
I have been advised by Sir Pawn Wielder to provide whatever that we can get from the bomb, so I have disabled them, dechambered the ampules, and separated them so they will be very, very secure in that.
Oh well, good work. Now come on, let's wander back. I heard y'all have someone in the Bronze Gauntlet we need to pick back up. An Irene fella or feller, because she's a girl.
The gender status of the word feller aside, I don't know anything about an Irene. I was told to disable a bomb by Sir Pawn Wielder, and I have done so. Tell me, how is this exactly an explosive? It just looks like colored sand that seems to be glowing.
Well, I think it has something to do with some highfalutin magic shit. I think that sand's infused with human souls, so try not to spill any, because that is not a good burial.
I see that you take after my comrades rather than yours. Very well, I will go with you to meet this Irene.
It was underhanded way to say you're stupid. Because the bronze gauntlet's not full of smart people.
I'm just gonna tell him all the stuff about Shadepool.
He listens. He is kind of snooty, as you would expect someone who has to deal with the Bronze Gauntlet's antics. Imagine like how much Saga has to deal with Sovereign, but then multiply that by like 4,000 Bronze Gauntlet goons.
That's where we left Irene. Now, how long have you been working in this here city?
Well, for myself, I have been working with the Bronze Gauntlet for 5 years, but I've been part of Slaypool for 2. I've actually been working as part of the menagerie. I was one of the people that was in charge of cataloging and researching the beasts.
Oh yeah, no shit. I've been here for a couple of months now. I used to live out on the mainland, but there were some problems. Ended up coming here.
Does it have to do with the Falbruscanians?
Oh, not really. More family issues, if you get my drift.
I don't, but I won't pry.
Well, I'm just a contractor, so if you got any permanent positions, I did just disarm a bomb and save half of stocks. Pretty good resume, if I say so myself.
Yes, well, if you're able to disarm a bomb, then you may be qualified as an armorer with the Bronze Gauntlet. Which is to say that you are capable of determining what is the pointy end of the sword. The other two guys are like, man, shut the fuck up, Jonathan! Well, yes. I suppose I could put in a word for you. I am a knight, after all. I am a person of some repute.
Will be appreciated. I want to go somewhere a little bit quieter after all this human soul and bomb business.
Oh, not a day of quiet in the Bronze Gauntlet.
I had to stab a dude with a train a couple hours ago. I took out the train and show it to him.
What is a train?
It's not even a real thing. Someone wanted to invent something, didn't really work out for them. They did give me this kind of really blunt model that I ended up having to stab a dude with.
Looks like a Drake Network cart, but made out of metal. That's absurd. Why would you invent something like that? This is worthless. It will never amount to anything.
Yeah, beats me. Anyways, well, just spread the word. I'm glad to have more contacts. I guess we can end the scene there. I'm mostly trying to get him to like gossip about me and gossip about
Okay.
game work.
Yeah, I mean that's probably going to work. Jonathan puts on like this air of not caring about people, but through talking to him, you get the sense that he really cares a lot about everyone all the time.
Nice.
So he's likely going to actually legitimately try to put in a good word for you.
Hell yeah. My ultimate goal for Angie is to become a Harmony patrolwoman. Patrol person.
Was going to meet up with Irene.
Wielder's heading down there.
Wielder? Anyone else meeting up with Irene?
I don't think I have any reason to.
Oh my god, I can't move my own beard.
I might ask Venari just to come with me. Just to have two people.
Yeah, I guess when we split up, I wasn't under the impression that Irene wasn't important for us to meet up with again until after we reconvened at the Stonewall.
Well,
so
I
I'm
just
not
want to
gonna go
get
there.
her. I just want to get her and bring her to the stone wall.
I think
I want to
the
get her and
bronze-
bring her somewhere where you guys won't like imprison her for a million years.
See,
Yeah,
I think the bronze gauntlet is going to be much more effective at imprisoning them for a million years than the stone wall.
Well, this stone. We have better access to the stone wall.
I see. Probably by like I did.
Oh, I have the
Again, I
perfect
wasn't under the
idea.
impression that this was happening
What the-
before we left, so I'm not gonna have a scene about it. But Calcifer will be very emphatic that yeah, the bronze gauntlet is real good at keeping people where they're supposed to be. So I'm glad that Irina is there, and
That
then we
is
click.
kind of what they do.
Oh my god, I have the
Yeah.
perfect
I only
idea.
left her. I left her there just to leave her somewhere that we would know where to find her.
Oh my god, Happy might be mad at me.
I would have dropped her off at the stone wall if we were there closer to there, but we're at least acquainted with the bronze gauntlet, and they had holding cells.
Well, I gave you the impression that I liked their style.
Okay. I'll still at least head down there to make sure we can keep her locked up. I don't know, because she works in the sprawl.
Look,
she probably has allies in the bronze gauntlet. That's what I'm concerned about.
Could be.
Well, Wheeler, I'm concerned about where I go because Vim put a tracker into my chest.
That's right.
So
We'll have to
anywhere
take
I
care of
go,
that
they
as
will
soon as
know that I am
possible.
there, and therefore that's a potential target.
You want to just head to your church? I can take Happy with me.
Yeah, the sooner we deal with this, the better.
Okay.
I don't think Fox Arena is really going anywhere.
All right. If you stay at your church, I'll bring some supplies to see if we can figure out about getting this out. 'Cause I
Okay,
wanna
that is
keep my
the least
workshop.
suspicious, yeah.
I want to keep my workshop out of the place.
Speaking of, we should probably scour our places of residence for bombs.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to open up a workshop in the stone wall. Especially if I'm going to be running experiments on these, and I motion to the bombs.
Hey, for reasons which I will not be divulging, please go ahead and everyone roll initiative.
Oh god.
Don't worry, you are not in combat.
Critical.
I'm not worried at all.
Okay, very nice. So, Vonari is at the Church of Alex, investigating.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around while I wait for
Okay, give me an investigation check.
investigation. That's good. 22?
22. There's nothing, and you are very thorough in your investigation. You know, like all the places where people have hid in a church to just kids screwing around. They're really bored after their parents are like chatting or something. You know all the hiding spots. You know this place like the back of your hand. There's nothing.
Good. Didn't expect anything, but I had to check.
Wielder and Happy are headed back to the Bronze Gauntlet.
Yeah.
When you get there, they salute you. I think everyone's going to be meeting after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning to go to the stone wall next.
Isaac, are you there?
Well, it depends on how long my thing takes.
So, do the people from the Bronze Gauntlet want to go back to the Bronze Gauntlet because they don't want to go to the stone wall?
You wouldn't be there. You would be at the Featherstep place, actually.
As far as I know, everyone else dumped her in prison and aren't coming back.
Did I
So I
tell
talked
you
to
that
Colin
they
about
got
it.
dumped in prison? Like, we were on a car, and I said, yeah, they're at the Bronze Gauntlet, and they're being taken care of or something like that.
You said it in an extremely ominous manner.
They're being taken care of.
They're in a room fitting of their stature.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Anyways, when you get there, they salute you. You guys are coming by pretty often. That's sick.
We're just here to check in. I assume everything went okay down. Do I see like Wembley and Jonathan?
Emily and Jonathan they're there. I'll let you know. You can't see them because they're like in their offices.
Okay, if Wembley is there, I was gonna say that I probably am heading back to the Bronze Gauntlet with the injured people because they're injured.
Yeah, in that case, like timing wise, would you be waiting at the Bronze Gauntlet with them, or would you be going straight to the stone wall after dropping everyone off, Cal?
If it's only like 5, 10, even 15 minutes later, I'm probably still at the Bronze Gauntlet, I guess. If it's like this is half an hour or an hour later, I'm probably on my way to the stone wall.
Like 10 minutes later, they've just gotten back. So Cal,
Okay.
you would be leaving as they're getting in.
Yeah,
sort
I'm
of
probably
thing.
chilling with Wembley and like filling out some details about what I was explaining earlier. Now that there's a
Yeah,
moment to like think.
You get there a lot sooner than us. Well, maybe like 10, 15 minutes before us.
Drake Network is a lot faster again when it's uninterrupted on demand.
Yeah.
You don't
So,
need to
like,
wait.
Probably get there 10 minutes before we do.
Yeah, cool. So I'm still there, but about ready to like I'm all packed up and stuff.
Are they not resuming the traffic?
They haven't been told not to. Like someone has to tell them.
Yeah.
I assumed
Well,
we would have
like-
after we
like
cleared all the
Run.
paths.
Oh, how would they know?
I just sorry, I assumed that we
They're going to
Yeah.
assume it.
I realize now that
Right
we
before
were
the
asking
break,
Yeah, actually, didn't we do that?
right before the break, we were going and checking to make sure the last of the bombs were disabled. So they definitely have not been informed
I
yet.
asked Happy if they were going to do it, and they said after we check that
The bombs are all-
everything's good.
Yeah.
So I kind of assumed it was part of that time skip.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
fair
kinda-
enough.
I mean, we were like right there anyway, so it
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they're still closed down, but they're starting to reopen. There's a lot of infrastructure changes that they need to account for now as a result of their entire infrastructure is different. So that's going to be a serious delay for them.
Expect
You have to
fares
get off the
go up.
train and get on a bus for the route through Arendelle.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's
Like-
the worst.
So yeah, it's going to be a while before the Drake network opens up again, like properly. It might be a few days. They'll need to come up with like emergency routes, which is
Mr.
more
Conductor, hear me
difficult.
out. What about
'cause
drakes with wings? No tunnels.
Those are dragons. Anyways, you get there. You get to the Bronze Gauntlet. Cal's on their way out. You guys are on your way in.
Oh, hi, Cal. I assume everything was taken care of down here.
Hail and Wielder.
Yeah.
Salute, my friends.
I give the Stonewall salute back.
We're just here to pick
Um,
up Irene. I want to take her back to the stone wall.
To the stone wall, you say?
Yeah.
Is that truly befitting of their nature? Is that a responsible decision? Do you know Sovereign's behavior around such things?
What do you mean?
Well, the wall is sort of the exterior of the city, you see. Metaphorically, they respond to the security of things, the environment. But the Bronze Gauntlet, well, the Gauntlet is something that you escape, something that you are faced with, some sort of great trial. Perhaps it's better
Man.
if Irene is faced with a great trial.
You guys are honestly like the stone wall. The rumors are all true. They're all true.
What rumors?
No disrespect, bro. We love you out here. You know, shout out to Cal. You're happy. You're the one that runs really fast, right?
Yeah, what rumors though?
Like the rumors that like Sovereign just does whatever, and you have no organization.
No, that's not how this
we
works.
just organized
We
the
are bringing
defusal of
Irene-
8 bombs around the city.
We are bringing Irene.
Contractor already got Irene out of here.
We are bringing Irene to
Wait,
Sovereign.
what do you mean?
To report.
The contractor
already out.
already got Irene out of here like 20 minutes ago, bro.
What contractor?
I don't know. It's like some girl. She spoke in a southern accent. Like I don't know all the members of the Stonewall.
That guy
Happy's
just
gonna laugh a
can't.
little bit too.
Did he say where he was going, or did she say where she was going with him?
Oh, were we supposed to ask?
Was their name Angie?
Yeah, Angie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is a contractor for the Stonewall. That makes sense. We need to report Irina to Sovereign before we let her be detained here. We might bring her back to be detained here. Thank
Okay.
Cal is just face palming.
What? That guy just. I don't understand how he works.
I guess he just wasn't comfortable with them being detained here.
I mean, well, it would be great if he would start acting as part of a team instead of acting on his own.
I think he's been acting plenty as part of a team.
I
mean,
don't see it.
me and him.
I know they
dove
shot the
face
cleric
first.
and they're letting the aspect escape.
Me and
Yeah.
him dove face first into that.
Oh, you're
creature.
the aspect.
Pool.
What are you talking about?
I know that I'm the aspect,
Well,
but
you
Cal
have
has
previous
like 9
experience
intelligence.
with him.
So.
From
Right,
their
but we-
perspective of
we-
someone that didn't know him before, I'm not seeing a whole lot of teamwork from their end.
That was teamwork. That was explicitly willing to die if this went wrong. We were face first, diving at 60 feet above ground.
Yeah, and then they go and do this. I don't know what they're planning, but they
Maybe
seem
they're
pretty
just-
infatuated with Irene, so I'm worried that they're just gonna
I mean,
let him go.
it's no different than what we were doing. We came to pick up Irene and bring her to the stone wall.
Well, I have a feeling that's not what he's doing. He's infatuated with her. Or maybe not infatuated, sympathetic.
It does seem like they have the sort of personality that they would relate to, both being sort of outsiders who are pressed on with obligation.
I need information from Irene, and if they're gonna stash them somewhere, we'll just have to hear what he has to say.
I think those are the scenes. Everyone, you should be convening at the stone wall.
Can I do a scene with my thing?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I guess we go through the portal and I tell her, all right, you can open your eyes now. And we're in front of a nice, albeit small cottage. And I'll stop outside the door and I'll say, Irene, I mean, you've done a lot of terrible things, but you were raised to be that way, right? I think you deserve a chance to be normal, to process what's happened to you. At some point, we're going to need your help to overcome the other aspects, but when you're ready. And like you said, this person, she helped me.
This the Feywild, right?
Yeah, it's the
Brought me
Feywild,
here
but
before.
Feypool, yes. And then I knock on the door, and when someone answers it, I say, Mrs. Fizzlebang, I really need your help. And
Mr.
I think we end the
Fizzlebang
scene
is
there.
not here.
Oh, fuck.
Mr. Fizzlebang is here.
All right, Mr. Fizzlebang, I really need your help.
With what?
Well, this girl, she needs a home like I did all those years ago. She needs your help.
Happy's friend, Ishak. Yes, that is
Yes,
Ishak.
Isaac.
Ishak, let me give you advice that I have learned. Home is where your family is. I can give her a roof overhead, but I cannot give her a home.
That's true, but maybe you can teach her how to find that family. Maybe that family isn't you, but we can teach her how to find her own family and be normal.
It's been many years since someone has asked me to be a wingman.
Is
I'm honored that you think I still have game.
I mean, I'm dating Happy. Is Mrs. Fizzlebang around?
He is going shopping.
Oh, good. Can we come in and we can sit and talk about it?
Yes, You'll be here for a few more weeks, but then I must go on an adventure. You know us Tabaxi, we have wanderlust.
Oh yes, certainly.
Irene is just like really quiet.
All right, Irene, listen. Don't make any deals with the Fae because they will try to get your name. I actually don't give them your name either. Maybe just don't talk with the fairies. But Mrs. Fizzlebang is the happiest person I know. That's why she named her kid Happy. And Mr. Fizzlebang, well, eccentric, is very nice. And it's not a prison. And of course, you have some say in this as well.
Do you want meat cake?
I would love a meat cake, Mr. Fizzlebang.
Is not in, so I make meat cake. Ha ha ha! You must not tell.
I won't tell. I won't tell.
Okay. There's layers of like shredded turkey, and then they're separated by like bacon, and then there is like ground beef, bacon, turkey, bacon, ground beef, and it's arranged in a cake, and he slices them into pieces.
Thank you for the meat cake, Mr. Fizzlebang. I know it's very sudden.
It's not. It's not held together.
So it's just a pile of meat.
I guess
No binding agent.
I'll also run and like tell stories of like my childhood with Happy and like visiting her parents and like almost like having a family together
Okay.
until Mrs. Fizzlebang gets here, and then hopefully she is slightly more together than usual.
Yeah, I'm not clicking on that tiny URL. Thank you very much.
Smell meat? Did someone make meat cake? I did not make meat cake. You must
No.
be smelling something. Isn't that right, Ishak? Look, we have guests.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's no
yes.
meat cake here, Mrs. Fizzlebang.
Irene bites her tongue.
Mrs. Fizzlebang, this is my friend Irene. She's been going through a hard time lately, and I thought, who's the best person to help with that? It's Mrs. Fizzlebang, of course.
Okay,
Oh, well, thank you.
everyone can use a vacation. And what better vacation than a vacation?
Right, that's exactly what I said. I really appreciate the help. Irene's been through a hard time, and we're gonna need her help eventually. But if she's not ready to give it, then she's not ready to give it, and we're gonna respect that.
You've always been there for my Happy, so it's the least I could do.
Thank you, Mrs. Fizzlebang. I really appreciate it. Now, who wants some candy for dessert?
Candy for dessert?
Do I have
Wow.
like some sweets on me?
I don't know. Do you?
I assume I would carry around like at least Happy's favorite thing, just so I could just like throw it at her when she's being a nuisance.
All right, Happy, what's your favorite dessert?
Can't really.
If you don't have it, I got one for you.
No
If you
pressure.
don't, if you don't have it, you can phone a friend.
Is this like a straight up dessert? Like you're just carrying desserts in your pocket? It's kind of
There's like
or like just a
candy bars or
treat.
something. Yeah, just like a small treat.
Peppermint candy. Is that a thing that exists?
Sure.
There we go. Just get it.
Oh yeah. It's like I got peppermint candy for everyone. It's perfect.
Irene tries to cut it with a fork and then like laughs to herself and then eats it normally. You're the only one that catches this.
Irene and Fox form or not?
The
Fox
regular-
Irene and Irene are different people, everyone.
Wait, so actual Irene's around? What?
Yeah,
This is
no,
the
the
real
person from the cage that I stabbed like 3 times.
Oh, I forgot all about her. I was thinking this was
Fox-
Fox the entire time.
No. The fox is the fox is in
I was so
fox is
confused,
it.
like by all of this, thinking it was just the fox. I'm like, I don't understand.
That's still in shape, Bull. The fox is still in shape.
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to give you why I wanted you guys to give a different name for the fox is because you kept getting them confused, and then you said you'll think about it, and you never did.
This does explain why you were confused about Isaac going on a date with a
Yeah, I
fox.
was like, why? It all makes way more sense now. I will give you that.
There's no dating involved. There's just no dating involved at all.
Fuck, I forgot
A
we.
flashing neon sign which says the fox and Irene are different people.
No,
that
no, I just
diverge.
forgot that we saved Irene from the cage at all. Like, it just did not even
Yeah.
cross my mind that
We did
happened.
stab her, so she is like wounded, but
She'll get better. Listen, Irene, this isn't entirely your fault. A lot of it is how you were raised, what Capri did to you, and I hope here you can learn how to be happy, like I did. I was never really happy before I came here, and then I met Happy, and then I became happy. I know you'll do great.
yo, this slaps.
I think we can end the scene there unless you have something to say about that.
No, I think that's it. I don't think Irene is like very good for conversation at the moment. So she just kind of agrees to this.
Awesome.
The fox is not Irene. Irene is not the fox.
And yes, that is where I stashed her. But I can tell the leader of our group about that. It'll be perfect.
Very nice. So you guys all converge at the stone wall, where Saga and Sovereign are.
First thing I ask is if Isaac brought Irene here, but while he's off doing his thing.
Saga's taking the front desk role for Damien here, as he's clearly expecting you, and he shakes his head. No, Isaac has not arrived yet.
He's doing something on his own again. Something without consulting the group.
Reminds me of myself when I was younger.
Is this at the stone
What
wall?
made you change?
You find your own answer to this question yourself. I can't tell him what made me change. I can tell you that it also reminds me of Sovereign, but Sovereign never changed, so who knows?
He needs to start consulting with the group more.
And you
There's still
remind
things
me
I need to
of
ask
myself
Irene,
right now.
so you can understand my frustration.
More than you can know. But we'll have that discussion when he arrives. I've sent
Venari, are you at
intern
the stone
home.
wall or are you at just your
Yeah, I would be at
switch?
the stone wall now.
Okay.
I would also be searching the stone wall for bombs.
You have good news for all of you.
Oh?
The good news is that I was working on trying to get the amount of pay that you are going to get for taking down one of these lieutenants even higher. And I have very good reason to believe that your acts in stopping these explosions will be beneficial in the debate. So, my request was to put in, instead of a flat 2,000, to be 2,000 per person.
That would help a lot.
Immensely.
And I believe I have sufficient justification also.
Take
Another news.
Do we
An
get a
extended bow of
promotion?
gratitude.
We are putting in a request to the Sea Royalty. I don't know if they'll accept it, but I've put in a request with Sovereign to have Happy promoted to the rank of Bishop and all of you promoted to the ranks of Knight, as frankly, the fact that you're pawns is ridiculous.
I was
You could
just thinking
probably
about
go
that.
toe-to-toe with a rook of, say, the Copper Quill. Okay,
Okay.
so
What,
Uh,
what is it again in terms of what does that grant us? What does a promotion grant us?
More authority for the
More
most part.
authority? Yeah. Okay.
It will also grant you, if the group continues to upgrade like this, which is what's happening, not quite, Pawn Lancer Knight Bishoprook.
So we jumped one.
Yeah, you're jumping because you guys were underrated or underranked to begin with. Like, Pawn is level 1, Lancer's like level 2, 3. Rooks are like level 8 to 10 for the most part. That's just, and then knights have more of a sort of a range. That's generally how it's supposed to be. You guys are well above the rank of pawn.
Yeah. And we just saved the city for the most part.
You just
Again.
saved the city again. But this is the first
How
time
many
that
people would have died? Look at the sprawl. There were 2 bombs there.
Yeah, but anyways, the last to arrive is Isaac. What disguise are you using?
Well, Angie's walking in, but I stripped the miscellaneous when I get in. And I say, Happy, I left
Oh, you
Irene
get-
and...
No. You get to the building.
Okay.
There is a bow pointed at you.
Oh, by who?
Honorable Calcivier Makikta.
Aw.
Ooh.
Hi, Cal.
Contractor, explain yourself.
Where
I put her in one of the places that Happy left, or Happy likes.
who's in this
but-
scene?
Oh, I wish
Cal,
Cal had told
this
me.
is in the outside of the building, so you can make a perception check. On a 10 or higher, you hear this going on.
All of
Okay.
us?
Fucking barely.
Perception. Nice.
All of you guys,
Silence on the room or
Calcivier,
something
this.
that everybody else was in.
Yeah, basically, you guys hear this being shouted from the courtyard outside of the building.
Oh, they're gonna have to use Angie's voice then if they're gonna make a scene. I left her in one of the places Happy values, or one of her favorite hiding spots. I remember I told y'all that I was worried about her getting assassinated, and then you just up and left her in one of the places she's most likely to be recognized.
Bronze
We, like,
Gauntlet is
go out the
entirely
window and hear
responsible with
this.
keeping beings that are much more dangerous and much more well protected than such an entity as Irene. Explain yourself.
It's something
Yeah.
you would discuss with the group. I call out from the window.
Y'all weren't there. Y'all were off disarming bombs like I was.
You rushed to get there before us. You knew we would disagree.
I rushed to get the bomb, and then I went from the bomb to Irene because, like I said, I'm worried about her getting assassinated.
You rushed to cut the team off. You acted outside of the team.
I disagree.
Isaac, do you mean what you say, or are you trying to deceive them?
I mean what I say. I didn't
Go
rush
ahead,
to get ahead of them.
you-
I just went straight from one objective to the next, and
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I
Okay.
don't think that that's true. I think your interpretation of the actions are incorrect.
Go ahead and make a
Okay.
persuasion check, Isaac.
22.
This is Isaac speaking his heart out. It's up to you to choose how you interpret this, but this is how effective he is in conveying his feelings.
I don't believe him.
Would I be able to be outside at this point yet?
Yeah, if you want to.
I'm gonna point my
I-
short bow at Cal.
Guys, can we not shoot each other? I've
I'm
already gotten
I'll
shot
point
once.
the hammer at Happy.
Yeah, I think we all learned an important lesson about how dangerous our weapons are.
You realize we all just almost blew up. We don't need to fucking kill each other right now.
Happy, I
Happy,
left her
put your bow
somewhere safe.
down.
I
Happy,
le-
you're the leader.
What
can't
you
be
did was
doing this.
probably pretty stupid because there's no way that wherever you put them or hid Irene, they're going to be safer than where they already were.
well, ask Happy. I left her in her cottage.
Great, and you happen to know that I have a tracker on me that could actually have a bug on it. They could be listening to us right now. You realize? And you just
Happy,
Why didn't you say that beforehand?
Why
happy,
didn't you tell
Yeah,
us
hi.
about it?
everyone. Happy, you are aware that your village is protected by the Magpie. That's part of the organization that you get from working with Featherstep.
Okay. Believe it or not, I think that's just as safe, maybe more so than Bronze Gauntlet.
It's not about where they put them, it's that they went behind our backs to do so.
This has totally been a group decision. Yes, I do agree on that.
Well, now she's somewhere safe, and we have time to make that decision without her exploding and dying, because some of the Bronze Gauntlet recognized her and thought, "Hey, that's a vessel."
So
And
as soon
"Hey,
as
not a
good to
good
go."
justification.
as soon as-
again acted behind our backs. It
So
shows...
like 5 sentences ago, when Happy says, "Believe it or not," Cal like looks over and says, "Trust is not something that I have in abundance. Explain yourself."
That is the most I can say. But the Feywild and have avenues of protection, and my village is protected.
Irene is in the Feywild.
Well, that is where I come
the
from.
Feywild's a dangerous place in general, especially for someone that doesn't understand the Feywild, right?
I grew up in the Feywild. You don't
And
think
now
I know
something
the safe
happens,
places?
how are we going to get to them to help?
We could take you there.
And now we're reliant on you.
Yeah.
We're
I mean,
reliant on the leader of the group.
You really
no.
force
We're
her
reliant on each other.
We're reliant on the leader of the group.
Well,
How will we ever recover?
It
You're
limits
abusing
our
your
options
your
compared
past
to the
relationship
Bronze
with Happy
Gauntlet.
to strong arm the party, and that's a real dick move.
I mean, if you want to go fetch her, this is not a permanent action. I put her somewhere safe where she could
He already
have an
was.
opportunity
That's the
to
argument.
eat some cake and live her life without living under the shadow of Capri, living under the shadow of the preacher.
So the mass murderer gets to sit by and eat cake.
Yes. That's
And
what I
why
said,
did
yeah.
you decide to do this without consulting us? That's what I'm most concerned
You're not the
about.
judge. Like, you can't just decide that.
Again, it's not permanent. You want to do something else, we can talk about that. I didn't believe she would stay
Now
for the
you want
Bronze
to
Gauntlet.
talk.
You
Once you've
insist
already
that
done
you're
what
a
you wanted.
contractor and that you work for us, and then the group decides on one action and you decide
a
another, and
great
you
point,
act
Kelsey,
independently.
That is an excellent point, Calcivir.
Well,
Why is this contractor
Constantly not acting like a
backsiding the group?
contractor.
they have a pawn badge. They're no longer.
I appreciate you acting on your best conscience
They're
and
no longer a
information,
contractor, though. That's a moot point.
but it also kind of shows that you disregard our opinion and what our judgment was.
I believe you were out running to disarm bombs and not having the time to deal with Irene, who's admittedly lower priority.
Well, to be fair, I had
We're
nothing to do
awfully
with
quick
the
to do so.
decision to drop her anywhere, to be honest. That was
When you
done
explain
entirely
that,
away from me.
Like, I lower the bow slightly. It's still knocked, though.
Listen, I don't understand why y'all are so upset. You realize this is not a permanent action. We
I
can
think
just go and
that's
say
the
hi to her.
problem,
Well, it could be
is
because
that
if
you
she
don't
just disappears,
understand how you betrayed our trust.
If this is such a big problem, it's fixable in like 10 minutes.
But it's already been done. It shows that you don't regard us. You
I don't
act
trust the
outside of
Bronze
group.
Gauntlet, who I don't know.
Well, I think that there is a point that they have. We were under a time pressure. And perhaps...
Is going to step out at this point. I am going to assume then that you have sending stones, right?
No. Do we get those as part of a...
that would be handy.
I'm afraid that we don't have that in the budget, but perhaps we will have this in the budget after I make the case. That's beside the point. You don't have sending stones. Very well. Then how exactly do you send messages back and forth?
We don't.
I can make sending stones, but I don't have it powered up at the moment.
Then does it not seem a little bit preemptive of a decision to get angry at someone for making a decision with no information provided to them and no method of communicating?
It's
I'm
due
not
to a
like-
pattern of past actions how I interpret these current ones. I believe he went behind our back intentionally because he thought we wouldn't do what he wanted. Disregarding the wishes of the group as a whole. As a cohesive single unit, he decided to act individually.
Respectfully, dear
And that's what I'm upset about.
This is the first time that we have in any substantial manner split up, and we were not entirely prepared for this when we had entered. Perhaps in another world we had some other mode of communication or some other broader plan, but while we were in the Azure, we discovered this terrible fate that would befall Slaypool, and we had to improvise. Some things
Understandable.
have fallen
No.
out of step.
You understand then why I'm confused that there are weapons pointed at someone for acting independently when they had no method of communicating what they were trying to do or being told what the orders were.
They knew that we were meeting up again, and they chose to act before we met up to talk about it.
Well, sometimes,
meeting up
acting
again.
independently
It
is the right thing
shows
to do.
an intent to deceive.
Was he supposed to do nothing at all?
Yes, he should have met up with us and discussed it because we are supposed to be part of a team.
And what did you do then?
I came to meet up. I
Prior
met
to
up
that?
with Cal, Happy, and myself.
Prior to that?
I would
We're
suggest
gonna
that
go
it
bring
took
her here
perhaps.
so we could discuss.
I would suggest that it
I
took
didn't
perhaps
wait-
an
I
hour
didn't
or two for us.
Whisper her away to something else. It would have been within the party to make the decision. I didn't take her, hide her at the bottom of the sea or wherever, and then say,
Yes.
"Hey, it's taken care of."
I would suggest that it
come
took
back
us
here.
perhaps an hour or two for us to have completed our mission, and then another perhaps 20, 30 minutes for us to meet up and discuss briefly the highest priority topics at hand. Now, this was, in my estimation, one of the top priority topics for us to cover. However, those 20 minutes were delayed by the addition of a venture into the Feywild.
Okay, so where do we want to put Irene then?
Mysterious forces are at work, so it's not entirely clear if any of us are under influence at any one time. We've already learned of a tracker. Perhaps there are more sinister tools afoot.
I would keep her in the stone wall for easy access. I have a lot of research to do, and having access to her would be beneficial.
We
Saga,
move this
do you think
inside.
that- Saga, do you think that it's responsible of us to keep Irene here?
Absolutely not. As much as I am confident in my ability and Sovereign's abilities, Sovereign is involved in multiple overseas organizations and primarily with one that I cannot and cannot name. And the other one of us, myself, well, as I've mentioned before, I do have to go to the underwater seat of sea royalty to discuss the increase in your wages and then, well, a restoration attempt on this building in its sorry state that it's in. In other words, the two people that are most equipped to take care of this person will be absent.
All right, then we would keep her at the Bronze Gauntlet where she was. They're perfectly equipped.
Can we move this inside where there ain't so many prying ears and eyes? And
Magic
probably
doesn't care
noses?
whether we're inside or not. If they're spying on us, they're spying on us.
Well, it does care if you're inside the stone wall. It's protected against divination magic.
Well, then yes, we absolutely should be inside.
Well, you're inside shouting from the.
I
You're
assume
worried
I
about
walked
the
out. I'm not
tracker.
yelling outside.
I'm totally yelling from the roof or from the window.
You
Yeah,
guys are on the
and
second floor
Y'all
yelling
put their
out.
bow down yet?
no, but partially out of forgetfulness and wariness. But
All right,
bow
let's
is still
let's
there.
go inside where we can talk more openly.
Look, and in his defense, there are times where you have to act. You cannot wait for everyone to come to a consensus. For instance, I was not in any of those discussions of where to keep her at all. So I trusted that you guys would use your best judgment, and you guys did decide, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Now, Isaac went ahead and decided independently that he had to do something as well on top of what you guys had already decided. And I think that is where the main conflict comes from.
I think there is reason. I think there is reason to suggest. I think there is reason to take her out of the Bronze Gauntlet. We remember from Xenos that there are certain people, we don't know how high up in rank, and we don't know which houses, but we know that there are certain people that have infiltrated these houses.
Look, Sovereign and Saga both
For the
voted
creature.
for the Bronze Gauntlet heavily. They've always had a long history working with them, and they play a very important part in Slaypool. I have no
But
reason to doubt their loyalty at this point in time.
It's not about the loyalty of the house. It's about how compromised the house is, because we do not know, but we do know houses are compromised.
That is a point
I believe I see your
wanted to
point.
bring
A
up.
point
Is
of
that
failure.
the Bronze Gauntlet is in the sprawl, and Irene worked in the sprawl.
Places where she's. I'm going to shift back now that we're inside it and say the place where she's most recognizable and probably going to be the most hated now that they know she was really evil.
I don't think they know that yet, and she
They're
was
going too soon.
loved, actually. She was becoming the Vox Populi.
The strength of that love, when transformed to hate, will make it even worse. If they ever find out that she was the one who set the bombs.
Mm-hmm.
If people manage to infiltrate
That's a
the
fair
Bronze
point.
Gauntlet, a lot worse is going to happen than Irene.
I
Well,
mean,
the
this
Bronze
is
Gauntlet lives
yeah,
in the
pretty
sprawl.
high up.
They themselves are made up of citizens of the sprawl.
Listen to me. I take out the badge and I say, y'all asked me to be a cop. And part of being a cop is protecting everyone, even if it doesn't seem like they should be protected. And I take everything I do seriously. You know that I've always taken everything I do seriously. If I'm going to be a cop, I'm going to be a cop. And I don't believe a woman who's spent her entire life being influenced by others deserves a death sentence for that manipulation.
Neither
So
do
I'll
we.
put her somewhere safer that y'all didn't even know about. We can
So
undo
you
that
finally
if
have a
you want.
badge. Why didn't you tell us?
I think he believed there might not have been enough time to stop and tell.
About the badge? How long have you had that? When did you get that?
Oh, the badge. Were we
Hey,
there?
no, you weren't there. He went in the room. You didn't hear anything. On this topic, I've been told to remind you guys that you also want to ask Happy about the light shards.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
We have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But nobody
So
said
you
we were going to
joined.
kill Irene. We are not the
Yeah.
executioners.
I've got a lot of
But
questions.
we also
I
have,
want her dead.
like, you may vote for the Feywild, but we really don't. Our experience with the Feywild is that it is not a trustworthy place.
Well, Happy can vouch for it, and she's our leader, isn't she?
Again, the location, maybe this is the right place for her to do it, but the way you went about this is the wrong way.
I believe though that we do need
If
to
you really have
understand-
that badge now, you are part of this team officially.
Hold on. Did Isaac know or not know that you guys put her there intentionally?
All I
The
heard from
bronze
Cal
one.
was, I asked Cal where Irene was, because she wasn't with Wielder and Nari, she wasn't with Cal. She was like, oh god, is she with Happy? Happy's not responsible. And then she said
That's her
that we
leader,
left
and
her
you
in the
just
Bronze
called not
Gauntlet.
responsible, and you just asked me
Whatever,
to trust her.
that
Yeah.
She's responsible with some things, but
You
remembering
need-
a friend sometimes is especially in a high pressure situation.
I think given that there were... Have you told us about Fim walking around in the tunnels, by the way?
But I did, yeah.
Arguments and chocolate. It reminds me of home.
Told Wielder at least.
There was Fim walking around the tunnels. We don't know exactly how attached the people of the Sprawl are to Irene. We don't know how compromised the Bronze Gauntlet is by...
You saw it before we
Preacher.
left.
Then why
Shadepool,
did you agree to leave her in the Bronze Gauntlet to begin with?
No, because we had to deal with the
I
bombs
dropped
first.
her off there. When I was making my way down to her office, Cal wanted to stop at the Bronze Gauntlet, and I asked him to take her off my hands, so I wasn't carrying her around while we were defusing the bombs.
And I think it's reasonable to act in haste, considering the aforementioned, to take Irene and bring her to the Feywild. I don't see a problem here.
I mean, y'all saw already that I was concerned with her.
Well, you did solo
Safety.
transport her. Anything could have jumped you in that transition.
Exactly.
But using...
If you have that badge, you are now part of a team. It's
It
not
was
only
risky.
informing the team of what you do, it's also relying on the team. And I
And
don't
get
like
us some
this
sending
deception.
stones.
I don't like this
We were
deception.
broke before then. We couldn't afford sending stones even if we wanted to. How are we supposed to know that we were going to be doing this?
I didn't know how many
You-
bombs were left. I knew that all the ones around me were disarmed. I knew that you were heading to the last possible bombs. And I knew
We were
that
giving
Irene's
you
life was in
control.
imminent danger.
Happy, you've
You didn't know it
suggested
was
that
in-
in lieu of our
Yeah.
trust and in lieu of an explanation, that you can bring us there and that you can show us what you mean.
And I'll also like to point out that this was after the bombs were confirmed to have been defused. So there would be an extra time added regrouping with everybody else. And in that time, something could have happened to Irene.
Why though?
Something
Would
could
news
have
have
happened
gotten out
at
about
any
what
point.
she was
Literally
doing?
any point during that.
That is why it's important to act in haste. However,
How
you
would
can.
the news
I
have
don't know.
gotten out? We were the only ones that
See-
knew.
The bronze.
See, my
Gauntlet-
perception is that it was a very
but-
short period of time relative to how long it took to disarm the bombs. It took hours for us to get the bombs, but it would only take maybe 20 minutes for us to meet up at the Stonewall.
You have a high probability of her being safe there versus a high probability of you getting jumped on the way out.
Would it have
No
taken
one
20
knew
minutes
about
for
what
us
I-
to meet up at the
If
Stonewall?
you
after we
had been
sleep?
jumped, none of us would have known about it, where it happened, or what happened to you or her.
Now, if the question is whether or not that it was a flawless plan, I do not agree. But to act that this was a form of deception, I think is a little bit uncharitable towards Isaac.
True, I'm perfectly fine. I don't think he meant
Maybe
ill
not
will.
deception, but avoidance.
I don't think-
I think he thought a little too highly of his own opinion on the matter over the team's, but that is not a crime in of itself. That's using your best judgment in a time of crisis.
I also see a lack of trust in us.
I hadn't even talked to you in like hours. I saw you up in Glordis, and you told me to go south. I went south from there. You realize we were disarming bombs, right? We didn't have time for casual conversations about what to do afterwards.
She was in a
As
place
everyone-
safe.
I understand the need for conversation, but the hours are long. You've had a very long day, and you've dealt with a lot. I would recommend
should wait.
sleeping on this and having this conversation in the morning.
Gotta do anyways.
Hey,
Isaac,
Pog, how
do
old
you-
is? Sorry, go ahead.
how old is Saga?
Irene now.
How old is Irene? Irene is like mid-20s.
Okay.
Isaac, do you honestly believe that she's completely safe there?
Yes, it's where I grew up. It's where Happy grew up.
Can you agree with this?
Yes.
Then there's no immediacy in taking her from there.
Is she
I'd agree
able
with
to
that.
leave there of her own accord?
Yeah. Well,
I don't really think she's up to that.
Well, is there
and
anything
there's a
stopping
lot
her
of
from
dangers
walking
in
out?
two hours.
Changes.
if she of her own volition wanted to leave, I think she can. Yeah. I mean, we're not how did you?
Isn't
You
that a
get
problem?
absolutely lost in the Feywild, is the thing. Like, if you don't know where you're going, anywhere like protected by the feather step is like a maze. It's like one of those mazes where you have to go like left, left, right, up, left, right, and you have to know the exact sequence.
It'd be extremely difficult for her to get out of the village there, even if she was trying. And I don't believe she's capable of trying that right now.
Why don't you think she's capable of trying?
We saw her after we defeated Fiorir.
I didn't really
She's
have a lot of
barely
time
able
to
to move.
analyze it.
She was barely able to move. She was sobbing her eyes out.
And
In
how
either
long do
case-
you think people sob their eyes out for? They run out of tears.
What I saw in her there was a true willingness to change and be different. I don't think that's going to change after she sleeps on it.
Yeah, I don't know how good of a judge of character you always are. Seeing as you shot me.
I think when it comes to Irene, he is probably the best judge of character. Remember how he got us out of the one specific action of shooting somebody?
By shooting me, he could have shot
Yes,
anything.
but
Literally
he-
anything.
but he read how Irene would react in that situation, which was the correct answer.
Shooting a party member is never the correct answer.
It was. It was.
I don't
I-
think you should try. I don't think you should be trying to justify this, Happy.
Not justifying maybe the extent that he took towards that action, but I am justifying what I am trying to show here is that if anything, he understands Irina better than us.
Fielder, we may have a difference of
Sympathize.
opinion on what constitutes a party member and when it is justified to shoot another.
I think in
Apparently,
that,
Sometimes your
party
allies
member
are
all
not what
along
they
just
seem.
Didn't want to share that information. So I'm seeing a bit of a pattern of behavior here.
Listen, you asked me to be a cop.
No
I
one asked
protected
you to be a
innocence.
cop. Literally,
asked
no
you to
one
be a
has
cop.
ever said be a cop.
It's
We
You are
break
part
the
of the team.
the rules all the time.
Saga asked me to be a cop.
To be fair, I did actually at one point. So I'll take the blame on this one.
And part of being a cop is being a better person than I was before, and part of that is protecting innocence. I have lines too, you know. I don't kill children, I don't kill people who don't deserve it. I guess now that extends to protecting them as well.
She is
Your
safer
lines
where
are
she
all
is than
over
she
the
would be in the
place.
Bronze Gauntlet.
Well,
So I
my
think this is
concerns
fine.
are assuaged. Isaac is not attempting to defeat his own party. Irene is safe. We're
Contained.
moving forward on a new plan.
Okay,
I
next
just
order
want to
of
get back to my
business.
workshop. I need to repair.
Alright, I'm going to storm out now because I want Angie to quit. You're going to have a new contractor soon. I'm not actually quitting though, so remember that when I yell some good curse words at you.
All right.
Then I grab the badge off the table and I bustle myself out of the stone wall and yell some curses at them and bustle off towards the Drake Network.
I'm sure this will be
I
great for
just
the
turned to
Stonewall's
the party as
reputation.
a whole, and I'm like, that just didn't seem appropriate at this hour.
I go up on the
I
wall
walk
and I
off.
scream at them, and probably you I don't know if you can shapeshift a hole in your leg from an arrow wound. That didn't actually happen, but
Yeah, sure. If you're gonna help me to that extent, I'll do it. Now, y'all, I really like working with y'all. You got this crazy soul stuff going on, and this fucking bomb thing. I'm gonna go somewhere nicer where they don't fucking yell at me at the end of missions. Fuck all y'all. Maybe these Capri people can teach me how to fire an arrow real good.
take your disrespect and your independence elsewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, lady.
Nice.
Okay, leave.
Everyone, we will now have some downtime available. On the 22nd of Effia, there will be basically I guess you could say a council meeting, where certain people are going to discuss the wages of you guys and also that you can be promoted. So your deadline is the 22nd of Effia, which is next month, basically almost exactly 30 days from now.
Well, we don't get paid until then, right?
First thing I do is I go to the workshop and long rest.
Yeah, same.
And then the next day, I'm going to be going to the
Sorry. You guys are paid immediately 400 gold each.
400?
400 gold each. The remaining pay is to be discussed in that summit here on the 22nd.
Hey,
Willer,
Now I
I'm
can
gonna
pay
need you
my rent.
first thing tomorrow.
What was that, Venari?
We're gonna need to work on my tracking thing
Yes,
first thing in the morning.
absolutely. That's first thing on the list.
Well, we'll rest first.
However, something far more pressing is going to come up in this time period.
Oh.
Far more pressing, and it's only going to come up for Calsevere. Everyone, give a shout out to Calsevere.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Cal.
Yay,
Just get it.
Calcivir! Do we level up or long
You
rest?
guys will level up after the long rest, so keep that in mind. You'll be long resting any minute now. Calsevere, you are going to be receiving a message during the night.
Is this sending from my house? What's the origin of this?
It's definitely from the house.
I wonder if I remembered to write out my next sending message in my document.
Are the rest of us able to hit long rest button so we could do something while this happens?
That's true. You can hit the long rest button.
I'm leveling up.
I'm just making sure this is 25 exactly on.
Can I roll deception
I
on
did-
how good that masquerade was?
This is within 25. Go ahead and roll deception. The message you receive is Hamishorum is compromised. I have reason to believe our father is possessed. Druids are too. Both sides being played. Coming to Slaypool soon.
I didn't write out a response message in universe. I Wait, is this out of order? Is this too soon for the next message to have shown up?
Yes, this is definitely sooner than regular.
Okay. Then I respond, major tragedies averted, promoted several times, significant destruction, no disabilities, curse present, wishing luck, safe journeys, river guide you. Which I think is under 25.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm very bad at keeping track of words when they're being written out, but I'll allow it. It's high 20s, or not high, like mid 20s. It should be fine. So that's the message that you receive. Of course, this is from your beloved sister Ariane the Keen.
Exciting. That's definitely my favorite person to be showing up.
Everyone, take a 5-minute break, and then we'll finish the rest of this session in the downtime.
Yes.
I'm truly afraid of Cal now.
Fuck, when I level up to 6, I get tool expertise. I would also like expertise in magic technology as part of that.
What's the justification here?
I'm an artificer, level 6. I've been working on a lot of magic technology stuff, and I feel like it's a knowledge check, but I feel like tools, the application of using them is jumping up with expertise and everything. I feel like magic technology should be part of that.
I'll give you a choice. You can. This is like just an off-the-cuff choice. You can get expertise in tools or magic technology.
Oh, then I choosing between like a dozen tools or one skill. I'm gonna be picking the tools.
Okay. Because magic technology is not just the proficiency of the tools; it's also like the knowledge behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So it is just a little bit much to say you get magic technology as well. There's a lot. For example, in this very scene, do you want to know how to understand how to disable the bomb? That's a magic technology roll, right? That's different from the tool proficiency to affect it.
All right.
Okay, so you prefer skill over knowledge.
Oh well, absolutely. When I've got like 13 tools.
And there it is. Okay, I'll be back in about 2-3 minutes.
All right. What infusions am I gonna take?
It seems that I need to long rest. I have 18 hit points and no hit dice, so that's exciting.
Need to prepare spells very carefully here.
A whole bunch of things I can replicate.
I guess it doesn't matter 'cause it's gonna be downtime, so I could, in theory, have anything.
Fair. Ariane the Keen is not my favorite party member, by the way. When they show up, you'll have been informed at least of that much.
Who?
Yeah. Who?
Ariane the Keen, the person who sent and says that they're showing up to Slaypool.
Oh.
They're listed as enemies in my character sheet. And they're the first person that I sent the sending to, if you remember that.
Give me glove of thievery. Boots of Elvenkind, Cloak of Elvenkind. Those are just stealth things.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Manta Ray if we were going underwater soon.
Clairvoyance is such like a story driven spell.
I might take resistant armor. I mean, I can see that being useful.
I gotta figure out what spells that take.
On a long rest, I can choose what it's resistant against. Or spell refueling ring. That's actually pretty damn good. I mean, having extra spell slots would be really nice.
Oh, I should get bombs. If I get bombs with a long fuse, then I can pickpocket them onto people from a distance. It's like Fallout 4, but from long range. Perfect.
I'm rid of enhanced defense just because magical strength is so much better. I was considering spell refueling ring. You can recover an expended spell slot as an action. It can be 3rd level or lower. It's basically just a pearl of power.
3rd level spells are still hard to pick because you only have so many slots, but they're also good.
More fireball. You don't need to pick anything, it's just more fireballs.
I fireball always prepared, so you know.
I still have the same amount of spell slots. That sucks.
You get one more spell slot.
But like, oh, I get some fun new armor stuff.
Take enhance ability.
But yeah, now that I have expertise in all these things, it's going to be easier to hopefully get that stuff out of Inari.
Yeah, I've got ideas to make us succeed on that. Sure. What check do you think that's going to be on here?
Hope it's not medicine.
Well, I have plus 8 to
well,
medicine, so
hold
I
on.
hope so too. But
Let me. Hold on, I'm gonna stop picking infusions right now and make sure I prepare. I've got a spell. It's either skill empowerment or enhanced ability.
yeah, I've got
The
enhance
one that
ability,
provides
too.
advantage.
Hi. I'm back, everyone.
Make sure I prepare that.
We could both enhance our
Uh,
abilities here,
Oh yeah, so
which is better than guidance, I think.
I'm gonna need
It's up to an
absorb
hour.
elements right now. Identify, absolutely. Yeah, here it is. Enhance ability.
Hey, Bob. I sent you a PM asking about rules.
Uh,
I guess get owned. That's fucked.
yikes. Wow, what the hell?
I could have sworn the multi-class requirement was to the class, not from a class.
I think this is a glitch.
What are you talking about?
Rain can't
Um,
multi-class because they don't fit the range of requirements for multi-classing.
It seems like a glitch. Is the game just like completely not letting you do it?
It's not selectable.
Oh my goodness.
What are you trying to multi-class to?
No multi-classing period, because the ranger multi-class has requirements. So multi-classing from ranger, it's saying you don't have the required wisdom.
What?
Which I don't think is
They never
correct.
expected someone to dump wisdom on a ranger.
Here, shit, you can't.
Isn't
Oh
can't that
my god.
Wait, what
be
the fuck?
disabled? I'm pretty sure you can
Um,
disable that.
Why did I just gain
Yeah.
weight? Oh, I
So-
gained gold. Gold is making me encumbered.
I think it's in the home.
That's fun. So if there isn't a fix,
Yeah,
you mind if
go
I set
to-
my wisdom to 13 for a minute?
Go to home. When in your character builder, go to home. It's on the left of race, and
Left.
under use prerequisites, unselect multi-class requirements.
Unselect multi-class. Is that acceptable, Pog? Can
Yeah,
I?
Yeah, that's fine. The only reason why multi-class requirements exist, to the best of my knowledge, are to prevent wizards from taking a single level of fighter, dumping strength, and then getting armor proficiency.
Yeah, I legitimately did not know it was the other way around as well.
All right. I'm glad that this thing that's definitely not unbalanced is permissible.
I'll pick my last infusion.
That is mildly humorous. It's like, nah, you're not wise enough. You can't change class to anything else. Even
You don't have the wisdom to learn how to do different things. Sorry, you must be this wise
or
to
you
learn how to
dumped your
musical instrument.
spellcasting stat. Nah, you're not allowed.
It's not even a dump. It has to be over 13. It
I
has to be
know.
13 or more, which like none of my mental attributes are. They're not. I'm not dumping 3 mental attributes. I just can't multi-class.
Even for a class that doesn't require it.
Jank
Yes.
as hell.
It's interesting. I'll say that. I'll say that much for free.
Hey, Pog,
Yeah,
there's
skip me
a
the fucking bug.
UA infusion called Armor of Tools where I can add my int mod to tool checks. Does that sound like an OP UA that I can't use? It's available on D&D Beyond.
Where is this from?
Ooh, that's a good question. I just see it on the drop-down menu for level 6 infusions.
What I'm concerned about is that it might be like a UA for like the Artificer, and like now that the Artificer's out, it's just being kept in for Legacy.
That is a good point. I'm looking it up. I
They
see
usually mark it as legacy, don't they?
subclasses part 3. This came out February 2020, so Artificer had already been out.
Is everyone here? The entire team.
I'm here.
I'm
And
here.
I'd only take that
I don't know if Happy's here.
because of stuff yeah, I think I might take that. Nah, spell refueling rings a lot.
For the record, I don't think it's necessarily broken, as tool checks are kind of.
Specific, and
Very much.
I'd mostly just be using it for downtime research.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to hyper specialize the character into tool proficiencies, then, that's on you.
I mean, yeah, adding int plus double proficiency plus what's already applied. I mean, if I'm making magic items, it's going to be really useful.
Which you will have more time to. Bear in mind that the deadline of here, like the deadline isn't even that big of a deal. You know what I mean?
It's not a deadline for us, right?
It's just this is when
Yeah.
you will get paid more.
Yeah.
But right now, I really want to get that thing out of Inari.
That would be ideal.
So,
And then
Does
you
anybody
can
have
study that,
proficiency in
too.
medicine?
Okay,
I have +8 in medicine, so
we're all here. We're ready to go.
I'm going to take Armor of Tools. I don't need a Pearl of Power. I can just buy a Pearl of Power.
Yeah, sorry about that. I heard weird noises around my house. I thought someone was trying to break in.
Oh, did you say that weight is half if you're wearing it, like armor?
For armor, yes.
Armor.
Oh, hold on, I gotta apply these infusions now.
What about
Yeah.
snazzy purses? Alright, Pog's trying to do something. Let's be quiet.
I'm not really trying to do anything. I'm just playing the background music for nothing happening.
Translate.
Hold on. I'm not done. Give me 2 more minutes.
I'm giving you 2 more minutes. In the meantime,
I think I just made a mistake.
everyone, we will be handling this in week increments for the downtime, with the exception of like minute tasks, as an entire day of downtime would take 3 sessions to get through.
yeah.
So the first day, Wielder and Vonari are going to try to get this tracking
Alright,
bug
good.
out.
I'm set. I'm ready.
Let's get it.
I'm gonna
Hey.
cast Enhance Ability on myself for advantage on wisdom checks.
Woo!
And I'm going to cast Enhanceability on myself for... Hold on, let me bring the spell. Enhanceability, here we are. Probably Intelligence.
I
Smart.
could ignore the, I don't know, I guess there's no point in rolling it because it doesn't show. Display.
What would that get me? I mean, it's not medicine.
With the
Spell
procedure
from medical
itself.
school.
I'd be helping you with medicine. I'd be using like.
I don't know. Would you be using like intelligence, Magitech? Because it's probably Magitech the tracker itself.
Yeah, I would.
Would you be using investigation to
And
find it?
I've got some plans to kind of get a hint as to the nature of the thing. Maybe how.
Well,
it
I know
works,
pretty much
how
exactly
can
where
be
it is.
deactivated. Yeah.
Well, are we
That's
sure
my
it's
rib.
static?
Do I have? Hold on. Let me. A lot of stuff to go through to level up.
What if it
I didn't want
moved
to do it
around
so soon yet, though.
inside your body, Venari? What if
Well,
it
that would be
moved
horrific.
and you could feel it skittering on your bones and stuff?
So this would be a medicine check initially for the extraction.
Hold
Okay,
on.
I will do
Let me
that.
also prepare this. Let me look at it.
You got this. I believe in you, Cal. You got this.
I can see.
24.
So what is this medicine check for?
There are airships, Calcivier.
I'm trying to extract it.
Okay,
what he said.
I'm there with you. So have you like, what happened? Have you made an incision into your rib? And like you can see
I
it?
probably would have asked you to make the incision, and then I would have.
Okay. You would have guided me how to cut it and then making it. You know, I'd get a scalpel. I'd probably have one of those.
Because operating yourself is a little difficult.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead and give me a con save. This will not affect anything, so don't worry how this goes.
14.
Nice.
You are relatively able to keep it together as you're instructing someone on performing surgery on you with no anesthetic.
All right.
It's kind of like taking a bullet out, or
Yeah.
like it's not a huge procedure, but it definitely hurts like hell. Maybe bite down on some wood or something.
So, having made the incision, can I see the device?
You can. It's very tightly nestled. Is there a tool proficiency that you would be using to get this out?
Well, first off, I want to cast Identify on it as an action, not a ritual.
Okay. So when you cast a spell on it, first it chitters and it becomes like seemingly aggressive towards you, but it makes no actual moves here. It's mildly responsive, but it seems like it's an automated response. You're not sure why it does this exactly until the spell comes in, and the spell reveals what exactly that this is. This has two effects on it. The primary and strongest effect is divination.
Okay, obviously.
The second effect, which is a little bit more subtle, is the transmutation, which is just operating the limbs. Basically, there's an overwhelming divination effect on it, and there is just a bare bones ability for moving and controlling the metal.
And so with the Identify spell, I've determined that's it. That's what it does. It moves around a bit and it tracks.
Mhm.
Okay. I've got a couple of ways I can go with this. First, Tinker's Tools. Can I find any like thing that I can do to disable it? Is there like a hatch anywhere, or like a button, or something I could press in on?
If we disable it, he'll know immediately. Maybe we
I
just
don't
want to
care.
extract it as is. He might still know, but
That would be a bonus, but I think getting it out of you at all is I don't care if he knows we destroy it.
fair. I did tell him as much.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that'd be Tinker's Tools to extract it.
All right. I've not updated my macro for this, so I'm gonna Tinker's Tools Dex. Or what?
Or int or what?
Be dex, yeah.
Okay. That's better for me because of my brand new infusion. Plus dex, okay, so plus 6 from expertise, plus 2 from dex, and now plus 4 from int. Because of the armor of tools. Yeah, that's right.
That's cool.
27.
7, you are able to successfully extract it with minimal damage. Bernard, you take 3 points of damage.
Oh.
Sure.
Alright, so I'll get it out. I've got like I've got it in like those medical forceps, and like I'll put it into like a tray.
As soon as you do, it goes rigid like a drill.
Okay. I'll investigate that later. But then, next step, immediately cure wounds on Fenari.
Oh, okay, I could have just done that too.
Yeah. I thought it was fitting for me to do it.
Okay, let's see if this heals entirely.
Close up the wound is basically what I'm doing. So, well, to display with this cure wounds is I'm
The
not
min probably
stitching it
does.
up and probably applying salves and potions and stuff. 10 damage. Healed.
Holy heal.
There we go. Alright, it's out. Is it still on? Can I get that sense? Or I can run
If
further tests.
yeah, it does not seem to be like doing anything.
You could drill it into someone else if you wanted to.
Or chuck it in the ocean. I don't necessarily want to take this back to my lab. I can do some tests here. I can make items as I need them. First, I'll do a ritual detect magic and see if I get anything off of it.
Okay. Same effects are on it. They're just dormant after, I think it's 11 minutes of waiting.
Yeah. I can tell that they're dormant, that it's not tracking anything.
Well, it's not doing anything. I should say it's dormant in like the transmutative part.
Okay.
It's still like functioning as something that can be tracked, but it's not doing anything right now.
You want to keep this on you? And if we need to go somewhere we don't want him knowing, you can leave it? Or should I
No, I kind of want to
smash
flex
this
on
thing
him
right
and just
now?
toss it.
Alright, you want me to smash it?
Up to you how you want to destroy it.
Melt it.
Yeah, I'll spend an hour magically conjuring a forge, like a little.
You might be able to
miniature
turn into
forge.
spell juice if you really wanted to.
Nah, let's melt this thing. Yeah, I'll begin conjuring a magical forge, and I'll just chuck it in there and crank it up.
As you do, you can see like the interior of the function is made out of these golden writhing threads, which eventually melt away, and you just see black smoke where they were.
Gross, disgusting, golden threads for their artifice. It's amateurs.
Is that a sign of amateur work?
Oh, it's a sign that you need to rely on your stuff, on your materials to make good enchantments.
Interesting. Well, I'm definitely glad to have you around. You are very reliable.
Yeah, I'm glad to get that out. I hate that guy. I don't want him tracking any of us.
He seemed like he had a lot more respect for us and our ability to fuck with him at this point. He's no longer so cocky.
Yeah,
Otherwise he would have just rolled me.
he's definitely improved since the first time we met him.
Alright, with that, I think that's it.
Okay. Everyone, what would you like to do in your first week?
Buy potions.
Experiments! I've got a list.
Oh. Alright, what are your lists?
All right. It's a lot of experimenting on the samples we got, and now I'm glad that I've got the blue and the red stuff from the bomb.
Oh my goodness, Tim went off.
All right, I'm posting my letter to Ira.
Nice.
Beforehand, I might want to actually see about getting a lab in the stone wall. Something that isn't in more of a civilian area like the workshop. I'd set up a lab somewhere in the stone wall. I'd bring some materials in like an empty room or something to do these in. And well, first, I'd take the time I'd lay out the samples. I've got a sample of black, a sample of gray soil from where Venari did her channel divinity. I've got it all written down. I've got some bricks from Shade Pool, the platform that we fought Irene on, as well as some of the white bricks are on the outside.
Okay.
And now I've got these grains from the bomb of the Crimson and the Azure. And then first, with all those samples out, well, not out, like they're in their containers, but I have them near me, I will cast Detect Magic and see if anything pings off of that.
No magic.
No magic, not even from the bombs, the glowing materials.
No magic. It's an intrinsic property of it. It's not a magical effect.
All right, that's a good result. I would do then. I'd be using some alchemy tools to first run tests on the black soil, seeing if I can glean some kind of insight into their nature, what specifically they are made up of, and its properties.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Alchemy supplies is probably just int already.
Yep.
I'm gonna say I also enhance my ability for this because this is the next day. I've got spell slots available, and enhance ability lasts at least an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 6 plus 4. Oh, crap. Uh, 23.
And this is on the darkened soil?
The black soil, just picked up from the ground in Shade Pool.
All right. So, what you are able to immediately determine, this is the first thing that you notice, and it causes you a little bit of distress. As soon as you interact with this in any way physically, it disappears. And it fills you with like a sense of disgust. You very quickly find a workaround, which is just not to directly touch it. And as long as you don't directly interact with it, nothing bad happens.
When I touch it, or like when a tool touches it, or what?
When you touch it.
Okay.
And it has like this disgusting, sickening feeling whenever you interact with it.
Okay. I will repeat the experiment with the gray soil.
The gray soil has a sense of like despair to it if you touch it.
Okay. God, what were the white things I picked up? Hold on.
They were bricks.
They were white bricks outside the red bricks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll without touching it, I'll powderize a sample of it and run the same experiment, not knowing if like it's white because it's purified or white just because it's a brick.
You get a sense of immediate relief if you touch part of the white powder.
Okay, so black is disgust, gray despair, white relief.
Right. Also, these have no discernible useful properties other than this sort of emotive effect that you're able to get off them.
Okay. I'll just, because we don't have a whole lot of time, I'll just repeat with the red and the blue, being very careful with these to not mix them up. I'll thoroughly wash my equipment in between uses.
Okay.
I'll run the same experiments on the red and the blue. And then we can go to someone else.
Touching red has a profound effect on you. Give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
All right. Wisdom 18.
You are able to regain some sense of self in this. But you see yourself along with about 40 other, it looks like, old style Warforged from Clodia. And you are pulling something. And you don't know what that something is, but you have a duty to drag it. And you are able to consciously hold this memory in your head. But even just thinking about it is immensely and directly painful to you. So you try not to dwell on it much more.
All right.
Then the actual effect of the red begins to affect you. The actual effect that it has is that it gives you this like immense sense of ability, like it gives you sort of a euphoria and heightened competence. Not really, sorry, you don't have heightened competence. You have heightened belief in your own competence. It's giving you an ego rush. And it's also giving you like this sort of rebellious streak of like, I can do whatever I want. I'm just going to keep doing it myself, my own way. And it's like a powerful effect. It takes about like 20 minutes for this to go away.
This happened when I touched it.
Just touching it, and it disappears.
Okay. Making a note in the future, tools. No physical contact. Also, that I need to try that on someone else. Because I am beginning to believe that might have an effect specifically on me. And then blue. With this one, yeah, I'll touch it. You know, once the ego is worn off of the red, first thing I'll do is touch the blue.
You have a great ego boost, just like the red, but it's an entirely different type of ego. You are wielder. You are a genius. You have improved yourself dramatically so far. You are the only one that is capable of studying this. And as a result, you're an expert and you should be listened to. And you are absolutely filled with like this disgust towards specifically Isaac, as you probably have similar feelings, but this is just magnified up to 1,000. Isaac is your subordinate. He's a contractor. He should listen to you.
All
This feeling subsides within 20 minutes as well.
But
you get this
note,
you get this like
leadership in a pill.
yeah, you get this feeling towards like everyone, but it also works in reverse. Like you feel like extremely subservient towards Saga, for example. Saga and Happy
Right.
are the leaders, they must be followed. On the other hand, Damien is someone to be bossed around and given orders to.
At some point I make him go get coffee, even though I don't drink coffee.
He does. He would have done
Alright.
so. Like it's not a big deal for him.
And then same experiment on blue. Like, well, I guess these are all the same thing. Like,
Mhm.
but of as far as their physical properties,
So-
anything I'm getting.
The Azure and the Crimson have genuine, actual, real, tangible uses. And what they are very simple here. You can use these as a component for artifice, and doing so is considered a high-quality material. The Azure affects the abilities Abjuration and Enchantment, whereas the Crimson affects the abilities Conjuration and Evocation. So if you're trying to create anything with a spell effects, you can use these as actual spell reagents when creating magic items.
Okay. I've got a good amount of these. I've got like 20 pounds of each.
You can also use them to create bombs as a high quality bomb ingredient.
Nah, I'm not too good at making bombs. But maybe I'll make one, much smaller version. Because it was like 5 pounds of material in a single bomb.
Yeah, like it was a lot.
Yeah.
But that bomb was also enough to destroy most of the city. Well, not most of the city, a huge chunk.
A section of track.
A mile across, yeah.
It's pretty big. You don't know if this has like a cumulative effect, like having more of it has a more profound effect or something. You'd have to do some experiments to figure out.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a lot. Let's go to someone else. Well, we still got time.
Okay. Who'd like to do something next?
Ooh, I'd like to do things. I have 2 bombs, so I'm gonna take the stuff from one of them and I'm gonna mix it with dirt in separate piles of dirt, and I'm gonna plant stuff in it. I got random seeds. I also got my poison seeds. I'm just gonna plant stuff in both of them
Okay.
and see what happens. That takes like a day, right?
Yeah, so if you're planting stuff using this, you get blue and red. I guess let's say it's onions. You get blue and red onions.
Ooh. Can
you
I
dare
eat
eat
a
them?
blue onion?
Yeah, if you eat the blue onion, you have the same effect that Wielder had, but this is actually going to persist the entire day.
Oh, good.
That is
That feels
terrifying.
great. I'm probably not gonna eat the red one. And I'll distill the red and blue stuff into poisons. Because I get some poison, so I spend a day doing that, so maybe I can get like a dose of each. I don't know.
Okay, if you're making red poison and blue potion, these are not poisonous effects. Oh, you're making poison in
Yeah,
like the soil?
Yeah, I planted my poison plants in it too.
Okay. Well, it just changes the color of it. It doesn't in any way affect mechanically what you're working with.
I also wonder if
don't
the
know that
soil
until I
has enough
try it.
nitrogen and phosphorus.
That's why I mix it with regular dirt.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, so you have different colored stuff.
Okay, I also sent that letter to Ira. And I need to send a letter to Xenos telling him that I want to enroll by mail to Ira's Magic Academy.
I think doing so will provide a problem, and you're instructed to visit the Platinum Grimoire at the soonest convenience, and that this will be handled in private.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll bring Kiara with me too.
Okay. You bring Kiara to the Platinum Grimoire. There is one person, a rook that you recall before, not the teleport wizard, but there is a rook who kind of directed you around originally in the Platinum Grimoire. Just as you were going to see the king and the overking, the rook takes you to the king's room, closes the door behind, casts some enchantments to protect this even further against warding, casts an enchantment on the door to prevent anyone from opening the door, casts an enchantment on the wall to prevent any outside eyes from looking in, then casts silence all around the room to prevent any sound from leaking out.
Did I just go to prison? I feel like I just went to prison.
What I am about to tell you cannot leave this room under any circumstances, and I'm aware that you are on speaking terms with Xenos, so this should be fine.
So this is the king of Slaypool that I'm in front of now?
A king is a term which refers to someone who is in charge of one of the 10 houses.
Oh, I thought Xeno was in charge, so this is Xeno's boss.
No. Xenos is the secret king.
Oh, this is the public-facing king, but he's a figurehead.
This is the rook that you're talking to.
Oh, okay.
A rook first class. One of the strongest wizards in the entire world. And he says a few words very quickly, and an illusory effect disappears. There you see the king of the Platinum Grimoire, the man in charge, suspended in a crystal.
Oh my! So the secret king Xenos in crystal, or
Nope,
the public king?
the public.
Well, why are you keeping the secret from Xenos?
We have no way of accessing Xenos.
What do you mean?
He's been locked away in his private dimension. You've been there before. It's a demiplane. There's no way in or out now. He's stranded until we find a way to get him back.
Well, how can I help?
Do you know any of the best wizards in the world?
I know Elise and her grace. Maybe she could help.
He looks like he's on the verge of tears. Like, this is immensely overwhelming for him.
Don't panic. That's awkward. I know Ari. They're going to school over in the Brunscanian side.
You know that's not going to do it.
Oh shit! We know the Hand of Umbra, but he's not a wizard. He's a warlock.
But the Hand of Umbra. Do you know how you would find the Hand of Umbra?
Yeah. I would have to go through someone I only met once, but I think I could do it.
Don't tell him about this, but if you can convince him, then I'll talk with him and I'll see if he can help.
Yeah, I'll try to get him.
He's like hyperventilating at this point.
So about tuition.
Now is not the time. Our city is in great danger.
Okay, I'll go talk to the Hand of Umbra. And I'll just start sending letters to that school. I'll assume that they're going to start mailing me homework. I guess
Okay.
can I investigate the crystal?
Yeah, go ahead and make an Arcana check. This guy is like working on the paperwork for you. It's like really scrawly. Like he's just kind of like scribbling this in.
Arcana. I was hoping it'd be religion, but it's not.
Isaac, just for the record, I think that I did specify that I've met the Hand of Umbra when we were talking over lunch.
That's true. Okay, beautiful. Nice. So what you're able to discover about this crystal is that this effect is immense. Like this is such powerful magic. And you don't know where you would start with this. You've been studying magic, and you've studied enough to know that this is like 1,000 years beyond your grasp. Like this is like you're learning algebra and you've stumbled into like differential calculus.
Okay, that's not too useful. I guess the next time my downtime comes up, next time I'm in initiative, I'll try to do something about that.
Okay. But he does give you this paper, and you can attend classes by mail.
Oh yes, and I'm gonna have Kiara be my study buddy because they're a messenger from Elise. I don't know how useful they're gonna be, but I'm gonna ask them to be my study buddy.
Woot hoot! Woot!
I can talk to them. I think if I put effort into it because they're familiar.
All right. Happy Fizzelbang. Happy. Hi, you want to find and buy a cloak of elven kind? Do you have the money for that?
Well, I wanted to figure out how much. That's why I said try. I want to figure out how much that is.
Okay, go ahead and give me a check here of the investigation charisma variety.
Oh, charisma. Oof. Okay, so that's...
I wonder if I should choose my expertises when I'm not drinking.
Just a flat 6. Okay, so...
Okay, that's enough.
We are level 6 right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
That's enough that I am willing to let you find out where the place to go is. And the place to go It's
Dix
surprising.
item shop.
How did you know?
Gee, yeah,
Is it
wonder.
actually?
There is a Dick's Item Shop branch in Slakepool, and it is specifically in Zagreb in the north.
Feels good, man.
Very much in the north. Let me rotate this around actually, because it's not quite visible enough unless I rotate it here. Pop, like right here.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Oh.
Zagreb. Isn't that where Cal also lives? the
It's
moment?
to the north of where Cal lives, but it's in the general
Oh.
area.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Oh, we can go there on our beach episode. I bet they've got like magical surfboards.
Big surfboard surfs up.
But yeah, this is considered the best magic item shop in Slakepool, and it's considered like a secret. Like people don't really talk about it much because the outside of the shop looks like absolute shit. So they try to like keep it on the down low that Dick's Item Shop is here, just so that there's not as much of a line.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm able to visit Dick's Item Shop.
Yeah, if you get to the outside there, it looks like basically like you see there's this beautiful restaurant here, and it has very traditional Le Havre cuisine. You see the outside has this amazing looking like dragon motif to depict the very spicy and aromatic nature of Le Havre food. And you see like people are coming in and out, and you just get a waft of like the crepe that they cook Le Havre food in, and it's just so immediately like savory and mouth-watering. And then out of the corner of your eye, you see that there's like a building that's 1/3 the height and like 1/10 is wide, and it just has a shop on, like it has a sign on it which says item shop.
Okay.
And you're advised that in order to actually get into the place, you have to knock twice and then open the door. If you just open the door, nothing will happen.
I knock twice and open the door.
Okay, when you knock twice, the door suddenly transforms and it becomes shimmering. And when you open it, you find yourself in a place that's much bigger on the inside. And there's rows and rows of shelves, and you can see all of like these carts that are going around. You can see people from all over the world are going here. And behind the counter, there is a half-elven girl who is reading a newspaper and paying absolutely no attention to you.
Hello, miss.
Hello?
Do you have a cloak of elven kind?
Do you have a cloak of elven kind? Yeah, we have a cloak of elven kind. Do you have a catalog?
No.
Oh my god. Okay. 1 minute. She reaches in to the very bottom, pulls out like a drawer, and then thumbs through a book. It's in aisle 123.
How much gold would it be?
How much gold? Are you really concerned about gold in a magic item shop? You should be like loaded or something.
Well, I mean, still though, how much?
I guess it's like 250, which is like nothing to the people who shop here. So
Oh,
don't even worry about it.
250, and then yeah,
That's a really good deal.
yeah.
Yeah, we have like great deals or whatever. Shop at Dick's.
I'm also okay. Do you have anything that's in the 300 to 400 gold range as well?
Like what? Are you just asking me to list every item that we have that
No,
costs
okay.
between three? Like, come on.
Just you could pick a random one.
Just pick a random item that costs between 300 and 400 gold.
Yes.
Seriously? Are you like for real right now?
pull up the catalog, flip to a random page.
Yeah, I'll ask for the catalog if she doesn't do it.
No, I'll do it if that's what you want. Is that what you want? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Oh my god, you're actually doing it. And she like sighs.
Here's a good sales question. She'd be like, I'll do it if you agree to buy it beforehand.
This is just like a angsty teenager.
The loot box.
She reaches in.
It really is, actually. Oh my goodness, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Okay, here's like the javelin of lightning. It turns into like a javelin,
I was
and it
wondering
turns
when that
into
was gonna show
lightning.
up.
And how much would that be?
That one is going to run you 350 gold, which is like nothing. You guys are loaded, right? Yeah, you got this.
Okay, yeah, I'll get both of those. That and the Cloak of Elven.
Nice. You know, I don't make commission, but I do like when people buy things from me. It makes me feel like I'm good at sales or something.
Yeah, you are. You're really good at sales. I actually don't know much about sales, but I think you are. You just made a lot of money right now.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks. It really means a lot. And if you could like come by here more, I'd appreciate it.
If I have money, sure.
All your friends.
Sorry if I got off on the wrong foot. I'm not like, I don't know. I'm just. What am I saying? Just go buy your stuff, silly.
All right, thank you.
Passive insight failed.
Ask how much sending stones are.
Oh,
Because I think we
okay.
should be spending our money on that.
Wow. You used your sending stone before you even got it to give this out of character information.
This is
I was
just
thinking
me
about
out of
buying. I was thinking about buying. I was thinking,
Your life has been ruined. You can't do it now.
no, I'm
Might as
not
well
gonna
go.
buy it. I was thinking the only reason I didn't buy a sending stone is because we're gonna get one eventually, potentially. So we should probably decide whether or not to buy one after we find out if we're gonna get it or not.
If we
For
have enough
free.
fights, Sovereign will
I think we were
get
being
pissed
told
off and
to
give us
buy
them.
sending stones.
Say again.
I think we were being
Just
told
get in.
it's up to you to buy sending stones.
Just
What? Like-
get in more fights in the courtyard of the stone wall, and then Sovereign will be disappointed in us.
We'll have enough money to buy it, like trivially so. We're gonna get 2,000 potentially. Yeah,
We'll get another
2,000
1,600.
each.
1,600. Yeah, 2,000 total. But yeah,
That
1,600.
2,000 is going to my rent.
As you're like shopping, you're in like aisle 41, and you can see like next to you, putting items in a shopping cart. You see like this dangerous looking Doulahan thing. It looks over you, pulls its head, aims it at you. Stop.
Hello.
You come here often?
No, it's my first time actually.
Same. I'm from a different plane, but I heard this place is like the best deals.
Well, I'm from a different plane as well. What plane are
That's
you from?
I'm from the plane of constant misery.
Happy's gonna walk away.
Okay. You're able to buy these things. So when you get to the top, the like back to buy everything, the girl smiles, waves like a wand over the items. Everything that we have is cursed, so if you try to steal it, it will turn into a monster and like kill you instantly.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, don't try to steal anything from here, but you would never do something like that.
She knows.
She does.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. Yeah, and I'll pay for it and everything.
All right, you get these 2 magic items, and again, you have failed the passive insight.
What,
What's
are they
wrong with
like
this?
flirting or something? I don't know. It is what it is.
You'll never know.
Never know.
It's never, never, ever know.
It's fate. I'll never know. I don't need to know.
All right, we've got a few more that we'd like to do here. Cal, you are looking to, looks like go to the Church of Niare.
Yeah, I assume that there's like 50 of those in Slaypool because it's the best god and everybody loves them.
Debatable.
So the relationship people have with Niare is a little bit strange to the other deities. Niare is worshipped the most, that is correct, but it's mostly due to her being very petty and vengeful.
Hmm.
So people do like legit. She has so many good virtues, but she's also very petty and vengeful, to the point where you also just worship her, like, because if you don't, you might get screwed over.
It'll rain on your
Yeah,
parade,
I can.
literally.
Yeah, I can see how sometimes the tides are coming in.
But anyways, there is a particular church. All Neoray churches here are handled by the conclave. Go ahead and give me just a d6, and if it's a 1 and a 2, something really cool happens. Otherwise, it's just a normal church. Normal church.
Yeah.
Okay. There are a lot more conclavist priests here than ever before, and there are more people in attendance than before, as a lot of people are, like you, concerned about the disruption to the water.
That seems reasonable to me. I'm actually going to be wearing I don't know how you would call it, but like pious garb, like something that's respectful and fits in, um, as opposed to being like flashy and carrying everything dangerous out in the open. And just sort of like sidle in, be short, and uh, go to one of the pews or however they sit in these churches.
Mhm.
Cushion, probably, I guess.
So in a Nia worship space, it's arranged in like a circle. There's a raised platform in the middle, and then there's sort of concentric rings where people sit. In front of each ring is like a trough of running water that runs through like a fountain here. And people are expected to like dip their fingers in the water before praying.
Is this during a service and somebody is or like about to preach or something, or
Yes.
did I just show up in the middle of the day, kind of?
No, they're about to pray.
Okay. I'm going to do the stuff that I'm trained to do in my home country, which
Okay.
is probably pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's fairly standard. The Hami Shorim versions are a little bit more intricate, as they're sort of more like the traditional Niere worship, whereas
Right. Plus, I'm like used to noble worship,
Mhm.
and these are just random people, and I'm
So
trained in this sort of thing. So,
you are a lot more formal than most of the people here, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It does mark you a little bit apart in that you're following like the traditional longer forms that everyone knows, but like they're shorter forms that people use. And you're like, people are kind of self conscious, and they're like adjusting to be the traditional Hami Shorim style just because they see you doing it, and they don't want to be like, I'm the one praying like a cheapo, and this
I don't.
person's praying correct.
Yeah, if Niara is looking and they're like kind of disrespecting by being cash about it, it's like, oh well, today was maybe not the right day to choose that.
Okay. You've earned the priest's favor here, and you've gained a piety. Congratulations on having this piety. The priest looks at everyone here and then gives their regular sermon, but they add on to it with something that's a little bit different here. Not just talking about the pollution of the water and the result of the destruction of this tunnel here, but they then go on to say that in this time, more than ever, worshippers of all deities must come together, as this is a tumultuous period for Slaypool, and now the conclave must work in tandem.
Where the rivers meet.
If you say this, a few people kind of repeat it, and you get like sort of a chant going as this traditional statement is brought back. And you have indirectly contributed to the growth of the conclave in Slaypool. For better or for worse. We'll see what comes of that.
For better or worse.
Right. You can do one of the other 3 things as well this week, I think. I don't know if you can do all of these things, because getting into the menagerie does take some time. Preparing the ferry services takes some time. I guess you could go with the Sending Wizard. That would not be
So
difficult.
yeah, I wasn't sure how involved I could get into the fairy stuff. I figured that was probably going to happen immediately after
Okay.
this whole explosion thing, and otherwise contributing wasn't that important. Um, but I think the Sending Wizard needs to happen within like a day or two, and the stuff with the fairy needs to happen over the next like week or two. So probably the Sending Wizard.
Okay, so you go to the Sending Wizard.
Yeah. So the message that I got was that my father was probably possessed. Um, Interesting. Yeah, I will start writing out the message that I want to send, either to Ariane or to probably Karn, because I probably trust Karn more. Um, but do I have the ability to get sending through my guild, or do I need to shell out to the wizard?
I think you need to shell it to the wizard.
All right. All right, I'll start writing that. Thanks.
Okay. We'll handle that later, just to kind of keep things moving along. Who would like to go next?
This is still week 1, right?
This is still week 1.
I only have 15 minutes, by the way.
Okay, let's.
Does Venari have something?
Yeah, I think Vonari is the last one to go here. If Vonari has anything in particular to do.
I'm gonna be spending most of my time in this downtime just doing sermons, spreading flyers for the church.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception. D1.
You notice that there is a shadowy figure that is removing any flyer that you send, like you put up. If you put up a poster, it's gone. If you send out flyers, they're being taken.
The fuck? What if I try and reveal the shadow with like light?
Okay. If you do so, you see that there is a person wearing what appears to be like white and black, like a ninja uniform, and they teleport away.
What the fuck?
No.
Sons of bitches.
That's probably a Templar.
Fine, I will hand them out to every single person that comes to a sermon.
That's so funny.
Yeah, you are doing just fine in the sermon. Again, this place is more popular than ever. And you also notice a particular person here, a very famous duke. I'm sure you're quite familiar with our friend here. Regiment Alexander is in attendance.
The guy that's sponsoring us, kind of.
Mhm.
Nice.
So it's more popular now than ever, and you are sort of gathering a lot of pious worship here. After the sermon, during one of the days, I think this will be the last scene for today, Regiment pulls you aside.
Are you happy, sir?
Yes, I wish that you were more, how you say, modern. There's a lot of Sandrist doctrine that goes into discussing the Alex worship, but Sandrism aside, I have important and equally frustrating news. Dangerous news.
Sky Pope's not coming back, or is she?
The Sky Pope is coming to stay, but more importantly, one of her wards is here. And with the ward comes increased Templar activity.
Oh, I've noticed. They are very aggressively removing my flyers and posters.
He pulls out a poster, and inside this poster it has like a drawing of a guy. I think you may have seen him before. He is an albino boy.
Oh yeah. With the Sky Pope.
This is Silas.
And
Silas is one of the most frightening members of the Conclave.
And why is that? What are they known for?
Silas is known for conversion by any means necessary.
Including mindfuckery?
He nods. What's more is Silas has been working with the Harmony Patrol, though I don't know why. I've grown weary, Vonari.
Yes, there's been a lot of going around with the Harmony Patrol in particular, so that is concerning.
The Harmony Patrol has traded tradition for technology. They have traded past for future. They know not what was built here. They tear down, they destroy, they have no honor, they have no valor. They hold nothing dear but their own money. They are scum, they are wretched, and they are not welcome in Allentree.
You could say they're robots.
I have heard rumors, yes.
Well, between you and me, they're not rumors.
Good to know.
What happened in Arendelle was evidence of that. So yeah, don't necessarily, if you see Harmony Patrol, don't think you can necessarily go to them for help, because they may not be real Harmony Patrol.
I trust no one except those that I have raised myself. Those that I have seen fight alongside me. You fight alongside me in a way. And he puts one of his giant hands on your shoulder and squeezes a little bit uncomfortably tight. Should it come down to it, should there be open warfare in the streets, I will fight alongside you and I will defend this church until they cut every limb of mine off. Until I close my eyes for one final time, and even then, my ghost will haunt them beyond the grave. I will not pass on to be with Sandra. I will fight after death.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, but I will stand by your side to the end.
He nods, and then he lets go.
Was he super serious about that? Or was he putting on a show?
Go ahead and give an insight check.
Wow.
This guy was so intense that you kind of shut down for a bit. You realize now that Regimund was always strong, he was always bossy, he was always really intense, but up close, it is horrific, but also kind of uplifting. And he just kind of took you for a ride emotionally there. And then you just kind of blink yourself out of it and you go, man, what? You were not reading him as well as you should have.
Well, with you here, I am much feeling much better about the situation. We're definitely gathering powerful allies, and so are our enemies, but so far we've managed to abate the worst of it.
Good. As long as we share this common interest in the defense of Allentree, I will be there with you every step of the way. There are traditions that must be upheld. There are families that have lived for generation after generation, fishing, gathering the kelp at the bottom of the ocean. The Vishushi that live here, their cultures must be respected. This is not just some little collection of houses like the Sprawl. This is our community. This is the epitome of what Slaypool should be. And I will not have them corrupt it.
Well said.
And one of his servants immediately gives him a a glass of whiskey, and he just like completely downs it and hands a glass to the servant, who like runs back in the coach to get some more. Well, this has not been a pleasant chat, but it is good to know that you will remain steadfast and you will not be craven.
I will not be craven.
Remember, Alex took his sword into battle. And he hands you a jewel-encrusted sword.
Hold on. Fuck.
Oh, the sword of Alex. Take it. Take it. You can hawk it for so much money.
He like brushes his hair past his head and like flips his cape dramatically as he leaves the church. And this is where we'll end our session.
So what happened to my
Were
buddy?
you hesitant
No.
just to hold a weapon? Was that it?
I'm trying to think if I would actually grab it by the handle or not.
He's not like giving it like to your hands. He's just like putting it down. It's like it's yours now.
That's a pretty crazy heirloom to have.
I wonder what happened to my boy Zeno, because I wanted to learn magic from him. It was kind of awkward trying to get that guy to do paperwork when he was like, "Oh no, the king's in the crystal."
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff happening in Slaypool. But you've defused the bombs literally.
I like this because now Nova can write me a reply over the week, and then I can send another letter at the end of downtime.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming, and I'll see you next Saturday.
Yeah, thanks for playing,
Hey,
Pog.
everybody.
Yeah,
Do
it's
you,
Dicks
do you want to
hide on
cancel
shop.
tomorrow, Pog? Or are we doing something else?
I think it's likely going to be cancelled, which will give plenty of time to play Guilty Gear Strive.
Sick. All right, have a
We
good
always
one.
do like Jackbox again.
Nice job fighting, everybody.
Yeah, I didn't die.
Woo!